is boundless love within me 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 is boundless love. Love is all there is. 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 I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I
Jeff, you ready?
wanna be.
All right. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. All right. So we're gonna get started now. All right. So I'm gonna invite you all to just come in and find your bearings, please. All right. Before we get started, I'm going to invite us all to stand if your body is willing and able and capable. I'm going to invite us all to stand so that we can do some grounding and some breathing of gratitude to bring us into this space. Sometimes we forget to just be in gratitude for our bodies for bringing us here and now. So if you can stand and are willing to stand, I'm going to invite you to stand with your feet hip-width distance apart, with your hands to your side, open for your blessings and to release what no longer serves you. And I invite you to just be with your breath, inhaling in through your nose, out through your mouth. And I'm inviting you to do this from a place of gratitude. What are you grateful for? Inhaling in, exhaling out. Can you allow gratitude to be a color? And as you inhale and exhale, allow yourself to be and see the color all around your body. What are you grateful for? Can you just breathe in gratitude for your body for bringing you here today? Grateful for your feet, your ankles, your knees, your legs, your thighs. Inhaling and exhaling gratitude. And I'm going to invite you to just pause and honor all that you are and all that came in this moment for all of us to be here together, whether you're watching virtually or you're here in person. Just being thankful. That's it. Nothing more. Just gratitude. And if it feels good for all of us, I would like to invite us to take 3 deep breaths together as a community, breathing in gratitude and exhaling gratitude, and just putting thankfulness into the world. And then you're going to inhale in through your nose, making your belly big, and then exhale, contracting your belly. And if you like, you can put your palms out to give and receive. Receive love, give love, with each inhale and exhale. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, and one more time, inhale and exhale. We do these breaths to remember and to remind ourselves that we are all breathing air on the same planet with different people all around, so we are not alone. We're all breathing the same air at the same time, which makes us together. We are one in our breath. We are one with love, and if we get frustrated or aggravated, we can always just come back to our breath of gratitude, yes? So today, if you hear something or you don't like something, I'm going to invite you to just take a deep breath. And remember, it's all love. It's all love. We're just different, but it's all love. And love is all things. Yes? Yes? I can't hear you. Yes? All right. And I'm going to ask questions, and I'm going to invite you to respond. We are people of call and response. It's just not one person, right? Right? All right, so I'm going to invite you to sit down. In gratitude, I'm going to call up our Igbo delegation to begin to come up stage and bring up Dr. Claudette A. Anderson. While they come up here, my name is Fatima Men. I am one of the coordinators of the conference, and I am the co-birther of Love and Healing Work. We're a business and organization that believes you can do great work without causing harm, and we help do conferences, festivals, retreats, and so on. And I have a law degree, and I do yoga, so I'm really big on making sure we're taking care of ourselves. All right? So please, if you need water, do water. Put your phone on silent. Please, I'm inviting you all to just be present and be reminded that we're all here to learn and to grow together. All right? So we're going to have the opening, and you can come up on stage. And all right, one more chair. All right.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Isala Chi, as we say in Igbo. Isala Chi, good morning, and welcome to the first episode of Respelling Obeah. My name is Dr. Claudette Anderson. I am the Executive Director of Unochi Foundation. Unochi, Unoki, Uno, your God, your higher self, your guardian angel. We are respelling Obeah to remind you that you have a chi, that you are key, and that you have a guardian angel from a continent that bore the first peoples. We want to welcome to Jamaica Igbo delegation. Igbo from southeastern Nigeria were where most of the enslaved Africans came from, ended up in Jamaica. So most of us have some Igbo DNA in us. They belong to an organization called CISA, that is the Council for Igbo States in America. They have an arm that is charged with reconnecting Igbos to the diaspora. They're here on a reconnection tour to support us in remembering what the word Obeah was before it was criminalized in 1760. This conference is grounded in Igbo culture. We're not excluding anyone because Igbo culture is inclusive. We say that the Igbos are among the first peoples to populate the earth. There is no speech nor language, as you will see later, particularly for those of us who speak English, where their voice is not heard. Their line has gone out through all the earth. And they represent that thing that we're trying to retrieve that has been taken from us. So welcome. I will introduce the delegation. They're going to perform Iwa Oji. This is the first Holy Communion before Catholics and Christians knew about, even existed to know about Holy Communion. It is busy. We have it here in Jamaica. We call it busy. They call it kola nut back home. It is said in Igbo culture, whoever brings kola brings life. This is the kola that was before Coca-Cola, that you drink every day and bubble up. So this is a ceremony that joins people together. When you enter an Igbo village or someone's home in Igbo land, there is a ceremony that welcomes you, that says that you are safe. As long as you are here, you will be alive. You will not be harmed. This is the third time it will be performed in Jamaica. We went first up to Moortown, then we went to visit the Rastas at Bobo Camp. And so this is the third rendering of Igbo connection and reconnection through Iwa Oji. You're going to be asked, the plate is going to be passed around, and you're going to be asked to take a piece of cola or alligator pepper and eat and be alive and enlivened by something natural from the earth, which we use differently here, but in the same way. So help me welcome the delegation. The head of the table, we have Onowu Abagana. He is the Deputy Prime Minister of Abagana in Igbo land. He's chief, and he will be performing the ceremony for us. He is the chairman of CISA. To his left, we have Mr. Amadiye Bube Mbama, who is the vice chairman. To his left, we have the Oja Master. You just heard the instrument called the Oja in Igbo land. It is a traditional flute. It is a speech surrogate instrument. Mr. Gerald Eze will tell you about it later. This is the instrument that works with the dibia or the Obeah in Igbo land. And you will be treated to sounds from the Oja today, and at the end of the day, we will have an hour or so of concert. Here we have Miss Queenette Ohaya. She is an Igbo teacher of Igbo language in Atlanta. She teaches virtually and in person, and she keeps the Igbo culture through language and dance and other forms of art. This is Queenette. To the left of the chief, we have Mr. Sidney Davis, who is responsible for diaspora matters in CISA. He is a student of Hebrew culture. He's a student of all cultures African, an avid researcher and a great thinker. And he, as I said, is responsible for matters of the diaspora at CISA. Here, I have a man that I don't know. I've never seen him. Pardon me. Here we have a man who looks different, obviously, from everybody else at the table. He's an Igbo historian who first gave us Professor Ume's work that tells us that the word Obeah was simply a doctor who traveled. He is the executive director of the Igbo History Foundation and also the financial officer for the Igbo Landing Foundation. And here I'll have this man introduce himself because I've never seen him before.
Thank you, Professor Anderson. Ahmubo Dr. Chukwuemeka Chiana, Mwawu the Vice President, Igbo na Jamaica, Mutabaroka, Monaga Huna, Black Monaga Huna. All right, for the purpose of those who doesn't understand Igbo, my name is Dr. Chukwuemeka Chiana. I am the Vice President of Igbo na Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Queenette, one item. Thank you very much. Before we do our ceremonies, we use the flute to wake up the spirits and ready for high mass. You know, this is a very high spiritual moment. It's a lot of blessings that will be showered onto you by the Spirit of God. Whatever your needs are, have an open mind, have your needs ready because you will receive it. This is the way God handed us to pray. We were the first people on earth. We are God's chosen people. We were here on earth when you have Adam and Eve, when you have Abraham. We were here on earth. We are the first people. God told us how to pray. You can't separate Igbo spirituality or African spirituality from an African person. That's part of what we're here from today. You know, Dibia is the medicine man. It's like the bishop. You can't separate the bishop or the pope from the people. That's why we're here. We heard that you have laws that ban Dibia and Obeah. That doesn't make any sense. That's us. It's like banning yourself. That's our spirituality. That's how we pray. That's our prayers. I'm going to do it now. So whatever was done needs to be undone. We need to talk to the authorities to do it because we have to be whole. We're here. We are sent by our people, the Igbo nation, to come and find out our people who were taken away from us. You know, the best of us were taken away. To find out where they are. What happened to you? How you doing? But I've come, I see you're looking good. You're eating well. I see a lot of food, yam, coconut, palm trees, cassava, papaya, everything we eat. Chicken, I see the chicken roaming around like in the village, and the goat. You're living like we live. You have the same kind of tropical forest. So I will report that you're in good health because your body's looking good. You don't look like a skeleton. We have a University of Nigeria and Nsukka that's particularly interested in your well-being. And they're working with us and Professor Anderson, and exchanging those ideas. This is just the beginning. We're going to do more. We and you are exactly the same. I will start by explaining to you the things that God gave us to pray with. This is alligator pepper. You're all going to taste it. It's a seed. Everything I'm using is natural. It came from Earth. There's no voodoo here. It didn't come from Mars or Jupiter. It's all from trees. This is alligator pepper. You have little seed. It's very hot. When we pray, it burns up the devil, the Satan, the evil things, all the bad things. It sets it on fire. Alligator pepper, you are going to taste it today after I pray. God gave us this white chalk, clay. This is from earth, clay, white clay. This is for cleansing. You are going to apply this to your body today. You know, the men draw some marks and pray, and the ladies can rub it on like a powder. It's our culture. This is what God gave us. We are the first people on earth. We are God-chosen people. You are special. You are not meant to be slave. You are royal. You come from royal background. Are you with me? That's another thing. When I start praying, you answer, you say, that means amen. The last thing is the Holy Communion. I heard you have it here. Oji. What is the name? Busy. We have it. That's our Holy Communion. All these things we had, the churches are copied us. They give Holy Communion. This is the original. And this is the original for cleansing. And the churches use holy water. I'm not against churches because it's the same God that we're praying to. The same God of Abraham, that's who we're praying to. So I'm not against churches. But I'm saying that we are the first. And we are not going to let our culture go away. And we are not going to let our high priest go away. The DBS. They are like the bishop and the pope of black people. You can't reject yourself. So you didn't reject the churches, bishops. You can't reject our African priest, spirituality. That's part, one and parcel of us. So you understand the three components we use. I will commence now with Igbo kwenu.
Yeah.
Igbo kwenu.
Yeah.
Jamaica kwenu.
Yeah.
Kingston kwenu. And all the dioceses. Kwenu. Normally when we pray, it's done in Igbo. But the audience here, majority can't speak Igbo. So I'm required to do it in Igbo, but I will interpret immediately so you can know what I'm saying. Are you with me? We have a lady here that have Igbo school. So if you want to learn the language of your forefathers, she's here. You can learn it online. You don't have to come to America. Queen Ed, stand up so they can see you. Onye wetology wetendo. If you bring color not, you brought life. When your father put fire in your hand, it's not going to burn you because he loves you. If your parents pass the torch on to you, you should pass it to the next generation. You shouldn't go and have PhD and lawyer, but then you let your child be with no education. Or you should help them be something or be trading. When the torch is passed to you, you should pass it on to the next generation. Are you with me? Ebe belu go belu, onye si bi ebe na, egosi ebe o ga-ebe. When this in kukwanya, when God wants us to have the birds flying, the eagle, the hawk, the vulture, fly together without killing each other. They work as a team so that they can achieve greater goal. God wants us to work with other people. The Jamaicans work with Asians, work with white people, work with Indians. If you have them here, work with other people who are not just Jamaicans. Because that's what God wants, so that we can work as a team and achieve greater good for Jamaica. When I pray, you say, God will be in your front and God will be in your back. That means you are protected by God. God is defending you in the front, defending you in the back. Igbo na kanni, obulis obodem. Igbo na kebe, obumma. Igbo ni ro nazo, obumma. Whichever way you go, whether you go to the right or the left, you will be a success. If you go to the front and back, you will be successful. Whatever move you make with the ball, it will be goal. Ogonogondo na resi ike ka ina yochukwu ka kunu drinne de ka River Niger no shimili. We're praying for long life and prosperity. And your wealth, you will be wealthy and rich. Your richness will be as good as Caribbean Sea. So we are asking God, Chukwu, aina yo Chukwu ko nya anyi fa geri anyi nya gbafue o. We are asking God to give us what we will eat. But what we eat us shall run away. It will be good for the man and it will be good for the woman. It will be good for the old and it will be good for the young. It will be good for the tall and it will be good for the short. It will be good for the big and it will be good for the skinny. It will be good for the rich and it will be good for the poor. Whatever you want from God now, bring it up. God will give it to you now. It's a lot of Holy Spirit here. Angels of God, they are here. So for those who are professors, may they do well in professing. May those people who are accountants, may they be able to count. Those people who are doctors, may they be able to heal. People who are businessmen, may their business grow. Whatever you do, may it go well. And I say, no, God, if I na yochuku, konyela anyaka, kanyi mutumu, wanyi mutasiyomu kumuzwanyo. Na yochukwu ka onye ndị mmadụ nwunye na di ka di na nwunye bikọ ọnụ n'ọfụma ka di na-ese okwu na-eje na court. We're asking God to help us. May single people, single ladies here who don't have husband, may they find a good husband. May the men here who don't have wife, may you find a good wife. But having a good wife is the best thing that will happen to you if you're a man. May God bless the marriages so they don't go to court, they don't have divorce, they don't fight each other. They live like team, like brothers and sisters. May God bless their marriages with children. May God give them a lot of children. And God will help you train your children. After you train the children will train you back. Your children will not abandon you in your old age. Oh, if I know you, the way you etaisi bịa ka a ga-esi na okwu ama kpọrọ anyị mbaka na ga mọzọ ga na eje ana bụ isi ije. The way you came today safely, you will go back safely. You will not get involved in an accident when you're going back. Your plane will not crash. You will not get COVID. You will live long time. And we're asking all of this in the name of our God. I'm blessing this kola nut in our forefathers' names, and Meji, and my Gozioji and Afa Chukwani, Nana Yefa, Nandi Igbo, Ndi Abia, Ndi Anambra, Anioma, Ebonyi, Enugu, Imo, Rivers, Anioma, and my Gozioji and Afa Ndi Jamaica, Nine, na Gozie, na Afa Ndi Nana Ndi Jamaica. I'm blessing this kola nut in the name of our ancestors. I called all the different parts of Igbo nation. I blessed it with the ancestors. And I also blessed this with the forefathers of the Jamaicans. I called them up from the ground to come and help bless this kola nut. I'm also blessing this kola nut in our market days. You know, we have our own market days. We don't use the European market days like Monday to Saturday or Sunday. We have our own market calendar. Professor has a book on that. I think she will give you something about that. We have 4 weekdays in a week, 4 days. Eke, Oye, Afo, Nkwo. That's how it was when your forefathers came here. They weren't using Monday to Sunday. We keep all of that. Our culture is intact. It's not diluted. Whatever I'm doing now is what my father taught me. If you do what your father did, is it bad? So I'm also blessing this in those market days. And may Jaffa Eke Oye Afona Nkwana Goziojia. And finally, and my Goziojia Nibazu Nafa Chukwa Biama. I'm finally blessing this kola nut in the name of Chukwa Biama. That means God of Abraham. Abiama is Abraham. And my Goziojia Nafa Chukwa Biama. Ogadelo no mao. 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 It will be well with you. 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 I don't know. At this point, we get one of the youngest people here to help me break this kola nut in pieces. You will take it. It's a Holy Communion. And the alligator pepper, you will take it. You will receive your blessing. I say, if you're a man, you haven't been able to get your wife pregnant, after you take this today, your wife will be pregnant. Hallelujah. draw some marks here. When we draw the chalk, we say our wishes, long life and prosperity, good health. When we do that, we're saying what we wish, long life and prosperity. May there be unity on earth. May we have children. We just say a few words, and then we draw the chalk. For the women, they can rub it on their skin and say the same thing. This is our tradition for ages. We haven't changed. That's what your forefather had. That's why I'm here. I'm here to show you what your forefathers were doing before they came here. I see you have all our food, cassava, yam, plantain, the same thing. That's what we eat today. You're not missing anything. If you go to Africa, you will be at home. The last part is the libation. The last part is the libation. Nafa, Eke, Oye, Afo, Nankwo, Nafa, Africa, Afa Igbo, Afa Jamaica, Afa Maroons, Afa after Rastafari. Now the rest of all parishes, I'm blessing it with Africa, now Igbo, Jamaicans, Maroons, Rasta, the rest of the parishes in Jamaica. I'm blessing them. Dalun. The ceremony is now done. We have to get all around and everything. The God is here. God is here and God is blessed. I wanted to test. Try to get a piece of this. This is connecting you to your ancestors. That's what I'm here for the ceremony. You know they took the best of us and sent out. So you are the best of the black people. I say, you know they took the best of us and sent out, and they left the weak ones. You are the best of us. So I'm here trying to reconnect with our best, first 11.
When you're going to take the color notes, use your right hand. Please, thank you.
While he's passing the cola nut and the alligator pepper, if you have any question for me, I can take. I can explain your culture, your black culture, your African culture. I talked about Obeah. That's our culture. You cannot separate that from us. It's like you can't take away our spirit from our body. You understand? We have to restore that. Obeah and Obeah is totally legitimate in the whole of Africa. And you are from there. And it should be legitimate here in Jamaica.
Greetings, beautiful beings. Does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns? We'll take 5 minutes to ask. Anyone? Oh, no, the white chalk doesn't need to come to the audience. No, it does not. Does anybody else have any question? All right.
A little question. I noticed this is a square table conference. What's the significance, if there is any, of square table?
Dr. Claudette's going to answer that one. Do you have any questions about?
It doesn't have to be square table. That's just what they gave me.
Right.
It can be round table. Last night we did it with round table.
It's for the ceremony, but Dr. Claudette Anderson will explain why we call it the square conference, square table conference, right?
Okay.
Do you have any questions specifically about the culture and the blessing this morning?
I noticed you mentioned angels. Well, you said Holy Spirit. You said High Mass. And I know, these are terms that we use in Christianity. In particular, High Mass. What is your understanding of it?
The High Mass have nothing to do with this prayer. I'm just using it to show that this is serious praying, that's all. But it doesn't have anything special in Igbo spirituality. I didn't have to say that. But Holy Spirit is the Igbo culture, is the African thing. Igbo spirituality, we deal with God. God is a spirit. And God works with his spirit angels that go for messages. I didn't tell you I'm against Christianity. I say it's the same God that we're praying for. It's the same God of Abraham. I said that.
Yes, you did. Okay.
I'm not against Christianity. I go to Catholic Church myself.
Okay.
All right, thank you. We give a round of applause for the delegation and give thanks for them being here. And as they make their way down, Thanks, give thanks, round of applause. All right, so our next person coming up is Dr. Sonia. All right, so while Dr. Sonia is coming up, I'm going to move. Would you like this table or no? Slide it. I got it. Would you like this table? All right. Everyone give a round of applause for Dr. Sonia, please.
Thank you very much, Fatima. This is an unusual day. This is an unusual day. Now we have microphone. I want to greet you in the name of those who have occupied this land from time immemorial. I want to greet you in the name of my ancestors. I want to also remember those who have traversed this land. I want to remember Paul Bogle. I want to remember Sam Sharp. I want to remember Bob Marley, Marcus Garvey. I want to remember those who have fought for our freedom in this country. And I want you, as I am speaking, to say the names of your ancestors who you would want to acknowledge today, or those who have trod this land in time. Today is a special day. Under normal circumstances, I am Sonia Stanley Nair, Director of the Center for Reparation Research. And my task this morning is to give opening remarks. Those opening remarks I want to use to remind us of some of the things that have happened in this country that have caused us to be here on this day doing what we're doing today in this Obeah, Respelling Obeah conference. I want to remember Alexander Bedwood. I want to remember those who have suffered at the hands of colonial masters and neo-colonial masters in this land. The work of the Center of Reparation Research is about education, it's about advocacy, and it's about research. I want to also acknowledge those who have come before me in the context of the research, advocacy, and education from the center. I want to specifically recognize Professor Vereen Shepherd, who would have been here today, but she's unable to attend. Whether it is sacred or secular practices, whether it is entertainment, whether it is religion, or forms of association, the suppression of Black life was being orchestrated in systematic ways in Jamaica and across the African diaspora. I want to remind us of some of the legislative instruments that were used to suppress Black life. Customs of the Islands Prohibition on Drums and Horns, 1688, Jamaica. Acts passed in the island of Barbados, Law Against Drums and Horns, 1699, Barbados. Antigua Act, 1702. Law banning communication by horns and drums, 1711, St. Kitts and Nevis. Acts to remedy the evils arising from irregular assemblies of slaves, 1760, Jamaica. Act for the Encouragement, Protection, and Better Government of Slaves, 1788, Dominica. Act for the Punishment of Such Slaves as Shall Be Found Practicing Obeah, 1806, Barbados. Act for the Punishment of Obeah, 1819, Montserrat. Grenada Consolidated Slave Act, 1825. Summary Convictions Ordinance, 1868, Trinidad. The anti-Obeah clauses were removed from the law in 2000 in Trinidad. Ban on Kalinda bands, 1883, Trinidad. The Obeah Law, 1898, still in effect today, Jamaica. The Leeward Islands Obeah Act, 1904, remains the basis of the law in several of these countries: Anguilla, Antigua, Barbuda, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, British Virgin Islands. The Medical Law, 1908, while not explicitly aimed at Obeah practitioners, they were punished under this act for unlawfully practicing medicine. Jamaica. Shakerism Prohibition Ordinance, 1912, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Shouter Prohibition Ordinance, 1917. This was repealed in 1951, Trinidad and Tobago. Revivalism and Shakerism Prohibition Bill, 1931, Jamaica. Noise Abatement Act, 1997, Jamaica. I want to encourage us to learn our history. I know I don't have to encourage most of you in here, but I'm certainly going to acknowledge those who are online and to encourage all of us to learn our history, all of us to teach our history, those of us who have knowledge of this history. And that indeed, as we study our history, we do not study our history in fear of ourselves. I think this is part of what is afflicting us, that we are afraid of who we are. But indeed and in fact, if we were to get in touch with who we are as African people, as black people, in this part of the world, in the African diaspora, that we would learn so much more about ourselves and to be in touch in a way that our lives would be more fulfilling. In fact, when we look at Jamaica today, the crime, the violence, all of this tells us that we are out of touch with our culture. All of this tells us that we are somewhat an unwell society, that we have not been the ones to have conversations among ourselves about wellness, about spiritual wellness, about psychological wellness, about physical wellness. And that in fact, we service those who come to this land for their own wellness, but never do we have conversations among ourselves about our own wellness. So I'm here, standing on the shoulders of my ancestors, to remind us all that we have a job to do. We have a massive job to do in this country. Obeah is not our problem. Obeah is, in fact, part of our solution to remind ourselves about who we are as African people. Thank you very much.
Give thanks for that moment. All right. So, are you all right? I can't hear your heads. You're all right? All right? All right, thank you so much for your patience. All right, so I always like to give people their flowers while they're alive, right? So many of us don't even know how this conference came to be. Would you like to know? All right, so there was this woman that called that I got connected with. I'm originally from Connecticut in the United States, right? And I never wear shoes, and she's been hearing about this woman that never wears shoes and that helps out with conferences, and I've been hearing about this woman that does African spirituality, and my friend was like, you have to meet each other. And so I met her like a moon cycle and a half ago. If you know how long a moon cycle is, it's 28 days, all right? Plus 13, that's it. And so she wanted to make sure that we had the conversation about what Obeah is and the importance of decriminalizing it and making sure that the first conference it had about it was in Kingston, Jamaica, a place of her hometown, a place where she was born, a place of her ancestors in Jamaica, right? And so she's been through 2 hurricanes because she lives in Florida, and Florida went through 2 hurricanes. So we planned this under the stress of 2 hurricanes, 2. Not 1, but 2, all right? Category 3 and 4. And she pulled it off with the ancestors' help and the Spirit's help. and God's help and the human beings that believe that people of African descent in Jamaica should be able to practice the spirituality of our ancestors, whatever that is, right? So Dr. Claudette A. Anderson will be the person introducing and talking for the rest of the experience in terms of introducing all those that are on the program. I will no longer be on the mic unless it's to instruct you on what's next. So I would just like to give Dr. Claudette A. Anderson her flowers by a round of applause and bringing her to the stage to introduce our first lecturer of the day. All right, keep bringing it up, keep bringing it up. Come, keep clapping until she gets on stage. You know how this works. And we're gonna move the table so that she can have space and you can see the screen for our next presentation. Is it on?
Isalachi. Good morning, good morning, good morning again. Welcome to everyone. And to those who are watching us online, a special welcome. We're respelling Obeah. So, what was this, Sonia, 22 years ago or so? We decided that there was going to be a cultural studies program at UWI, and we were foundation members of this cultural studies group. But the ancestors say, you can't learn Obeah from here. You need to go away. You're not going to get what you need here. So I went away. 22 years of research has resulted in respelling Obeah. 22. Those of us who are here who are practitioners know the significance of the double two. 22 years. They said, we're going to take you to the beginning. And the beginning is Igbo culture. And this is why I'm saying this respelling Obeah, the foundation is Igbo. Equiano, they don't write it, Igbo. He started the abolition movement. We have the most Igbos that came in Jamaica. Yet, it was another Igbo somewhere else who started the abolition movement. They give it to the white people and call all of their names. We have to respell what they have misspelled. This man who I'm about to introduce, we just call him Ezemu. There's a long polysyllabic name, but he will introduce himself. Ezemu, simple. A man who knows the spirit. Mo is spirit. That is the word for spirit in Igbo culture. This is our jankunu, a mask. This man, he lives in Spain. And as has been done to us, and so it is with so many people, it's more difficult to practice our culture in our own country. Yeah. We have to go elsewhere to be effective in practicing and teaching our culture. This man is a serious Obeah. That is to say, he is a traveling medicine man. He is a traveling doctor. He is a traveling healer. He is a traveling herbalist. Obeah, that O designates that he's not in Igbo land, but is somewhere else in the world. If he was in Igbo land, we would say that he is Dibia, master of wisdom and knowledge. He's in Spain, he's traveling and spreading love and spreading healing. He is Obeah. Are we ready for Ezemo? We ready? Welcome to the great Dibia who will teach us about ourselves. Give him a round of applause. You see him respell? No? We're not live yet? While we're waiting for him, because we're late, some of the things that I was going to say later, I can say now. Obi, every word in the Igbo language has 4 foundational meanings. Obi, or Obi, intoned differently, means mind, means heart, it means house, it means boy. Obeah then, the A, qualified means this. So one of the meanings of Obeah is this heart, this mind, this house, this boy. That's what the word means, you know. You hear me? The word mean heart. This heart. The word mean mind. This mind. Obichukwu, house of God. Obichukwu, house of God. When the revival said, stand up on no key, that's the chi. When we say in English, we're a chip off the whole old block. Chiuku abiyama. Chi uku, great spirit. Abiyama, of wisdom and knowledge. God is not a man in traditional cultures. God is not a woman in traditional cultures. God is both male and female and spirit, as I will show you through the calendar. When they ask why we're so powerful, when the Savocracy realized that there was this energy by their own confession. We're ready? That was mightier and more powerful than slavery. This is what they wrote, because we couldn't write. We're oral culture. We're done with the writing business, long, drawn out business. We are so brilliant that we speak in proverbs. We speak in proverbs. We speak in idioms. We don't have time for this. You see this long, drawn out thing. I do 1 PhD and 200. Rastaman said, library, old library, bury the lies. Contraction, one thing. When a Jamaican say, no bono nunos, you know right away, so you don't have to talk to me. We talk truth in contractions. Solidify the thing. We're going to come back to the 4, do, re, mi, fa. So all the systems of West Central Africa. You have fa, you have afa, which is Igbo, and you have ifa. You see that computer? Is a more. Welcome, sir. You have the floor. You may introduce yourself and continue.
Thank you, Doc. Jamaicans, greetings from my heart and also from Igbo land. First of all, I have to thank you for organizing the show. And it's an opportunity for us to tell our story and to tell it in a way that people will understand who we are and also where they come from. We are not going to miss issues and we are not here to make it look fine or good. But what I'm going to tell people today is nothing but the truth about India and about your root, your origin. First of all, like she said, I'm traveling. I'm somewhere today, but I can assure you, in 4 or 5 days' time, I will be in Igbo. So I'm always everywhere. And what we are doing is to make sure that we not only say the truth, but we create an enabling avenue for our people to really live that truth as a life. Now, I happen to be privileged and observe the breaking of Quran. I thank our brother But then what he did there, like he said, he's a Catholic, he's a Christian. What he did there is Christian breaking of covenant. It has nothing to do with Igbos. We don't pray. The Igbos do not pray. What we do is what we call ego more. What we do is declaration. Because we believe that we have the capacity to decide how our day will be. And this is where it gets a little interesting. That is where the Dibia comes in. If you look at, there is a book written by Thomas Ume when he said after God Dibia. Now, you cannot compare a Dibia with a bishop or a Dibia with a pastor or with a spiritual leader. No. There is more to being a Dibia than being a spiritual leader. When we talk about the word Dibia, we have to be very careful. It's two words here, D and Bia. Now, I'm going to focus on D because that is the main thing. That is the main thing, D. Now, D is supposed to be a word that is used for a master or mastering an act. A master or mastering an act. Now, in those days, before the coming of the Izes and the all sorts, what they had was a formation of leadership that are being run by the D's, Dinta, Dimba, DK, and so on and so forth. Now, in those times, we have the Durus and the Dims as those that preside over the council of these D's. They serve more like ministers, but you cannot rule in a field, according to Igbo culture. You cannot rule in a field that you've not mastered. You need to master the field before you rule. So collectively, all these people are seen as Dibia. Dibia is not only that man that does Afa or Efa. Dibia is not only that man that does sacrifice or that one that does incantation. No. These people serve as Dibia. The word Dibia means he that have acquired the knowledge that is abstract, knowledge that you came with as a gift, and then you happen to master it, because we are all born with gifts. So you need to master your own gift. Once you are a master of that which you have come with that gift that you came with into this physical life, automatically practicing that gift makes you a gift. Now, but when we look at it from the perspective that it's only Dibias, those that do Alpha and those that do, they are just the one, because that is what we have reduced the knowledge to. Now, in that time, after this dispensation, we had a dispensation where they graduated from DG, Dimpa, and then they entered to Osuji and Ezeji. Osuagu and Ezagu. You understand? These are still Dibias. So when you talk about Dibia, you are talking about those who. When you talk about Dibia, in the class of Osuala, Osumini, Ezala. That is what you are talking about. You are talking about people who. So, level, that is the injustice and the now so because when you talk about leadership, these people are the main leaders of communities in Igbo land. And why they lead is because of that which they came with. That which they came with. And the purpose for it being hereditary is because an intelligent man will always give birth. If not giving birth to an intelligent children, someone in his lineage must carry that intelligence. So it runs in the blood, and they call it in Igbo language, Abru. The Igbos usually say that Abrunation. So that means if you come a place where somebody sits, that is why in Igbo land today, those things cannot be transferred. Because there is something that is running in the lineage of the people that sit on that seat. Now, there is another impression I want to correct. When you look at Igbo metaphysics, deep Igbo spirituality, there is nothing in Igbo land that signifies anything called God. This is the mistake that many of us have made. And unfortunately, many of us have inherited it from those that came before us. The idea of God, Chupu, and whatever. These things were borrowed. They came into Igbo land. What we have in our Igbo is what we call Ezumez, which, of course, our brother mentioned, even without knowing that he mentioned it. He called about the spirit of Eke, the spirit of Orie, the spirit of the spirit of Nkwo. Now, this, when we talk about Ezumez is Izu. And it will be an error for us to say that Izu is weak. Izu is not weak. What the white man calls weak has nothing to do with us. We have our own formation, our own calendar, which is Izu. Izu means complete circle. Complete circle. Week cannot be complete circle because it's 7. So you can't divide it by 2. The Igbos go by what we call the law binary complementary. So Izu is 4, which can be divided by 2, but it's a circle. Because anything that is square or triangle is a circle. It's a complete circle. And that is why you have 2 feminine energy there, and also you have 2 masculine energy operating equally. And this is what the Igbos know before the introduction of the so-called Chupu and whatever, that we are now trying to imitate the white man in his own religion. What we have in Africa is not religion, because that is why a Dibia needs to study his environment. Remember what I said, there is a gift that you came with. And in harnessing that gift, you'll be able to be a master at it. Why? Because your gift is needed to improve the environment and also to defend the environment. It's all about living in harmony with what is around you and what is within you. That is the work of a Dibia. And that is why I say Dibia goes beyond the man that sits just the way we sit and do alpha or do incantation. No, there is more to being a Dibia than just that. They are not just the only ones that are Dibia. Dibias are people that lead in different fields of life. And that was what the Haiti people adopted. If you go and read the Igbo, Grand Igbo, when they challenged the Western armies and they were fighting 3 war fronts, the people that led that fight, they used Igbo philosophy to lead the fight. And the people that led it were Igbo Dibias. And that was why they were able to win. Now, somebody cannot tell you that he's a Christian and he's also an Igbo man. Igbo is not just a tribe. Igbo is not just a nation. And that is why we can find Igbos in Jamaica. Igbo is a philosophy, a way of life. You cannot live in 2 contradicting philosophies. Christianity is a philosophy. So if I tell you that I'm a Christian, I'm a good Christian, I'm a good Igbo man, I'm lying to you because it's not possible. The 2 philosophies are at opposite direction. Let's get it right. They are at opposite direction. They are not working together. I cannot cooperate with a Christian, not because I hate the Christian, but because it's going to conflict with what I believe or where I'm going to. We are not heading the same way. Now, let me give you a practical example. When you talk about the pyramid, the Egyptian pyramid, what do you see? You see a triangle that the point is pointed up. But when you look at the pyramid, the Egyptian pyramid, from the Igbo perspective, the point is down. You understand? The point is that no matter how you build the ladder, it is always the crowd. It is always the crowd that sits on top. Everybody that leads as a leader is a servant. And that is why people understand that. So if you are, for example, I sit in the place of spirituality. What do? I'm serving the people. I'm serving the people. My job is to serve the people and to serve them well. So we have a different approach to life. We are talking about a civilization that is moving towards a different direction. There was a wristwatch that has been developed according to Igbo timing and civilization, which I thought I was going to present here, but it's not here. Do you know the wristwatch, instead of moving towards what you call today clockwise, is going anti-clockwise? Why? Because that is the Igbo direction, the way the current flows. Why is it that our people are confused today? Is because we have embraced the way of the West, and it is not matching with our chi. Now, somebody told you about God. The word chi in Igbo is not God, has never been and will never be. Chi is talking about your personal spirit. That is why we talk about the 3 levels of life. We talk about chi, more, and the matter. Now, these 3 levels of life are something that has to do with you personally. You have your chi. That's why we have names in Igbo that says Chiawotu, Onye na Chia. Means that you have your chi, I have my chi, and what he's trying to talk about is the spirit in you. So I heard our brother talking about the Holy Spirit. It doesn't exist in Igbo context. We have sacred places. The average Igbo person is Okaram Mad, Okaram Mo. What it means is that you are 100% human and 100% spirit. So you can do anything. There is no devil anywhere, and there is no Holy Spirit anywhere that is operating in you. It is you that is operating in yourself. That is why we say, that evil is something that you can generate on your own. You don't need, there's no shifting of responsibility. You understand? That is why when you do kola nut, you don't do it in the name of anybody. After doing it, you say, as I have declared, so shall it be. It's very simple because you have the capacity. You are the one that is initiating, you are the one that is introducing the spirituality. You are the one that is doing the declaration. It is not prayer. When we pray, what we call it ire. And that is when you must have offended somebody. You can do it with a human being. You can also do it with the deities that surround you. And an Igbo man do not worship anything. Because we believe that we are equal. That is why when we do those things, we sit down, we sit and we do. We communicate with the spirit by sitting down, not by kneeling down. Because we understand that in us also lies within us the spirit that connects us to that particular frequency. You understand? So this is what we need to understand. And every Igbo person has his own chi. It doesn't matter. We might be siblings, but my chi is different. Your chi is also different. Igbos don't believe in a central deity called Supreme God. All those things came. And unfortunately for us, most of our brothers that wrote their book had to embed that thing into their book, giving people the idea that now there is one Chuku somewhere. The word Chuku, when it came into Igbo language, it came in 1600. Before 1600, there was nothing like Chuku, except for the fact that people were answering as name. And it meant a different thing. But all of a sudden, when we now encounter the white man, we now have the word Chuku. Because the white man wants to tell us that there is a supreme God, there is a God that is superior than other gods. The Igbos have deities, and every deity, there's what we call Ohammo. Ohammo means that every deity is just like the way we see ourselves as being equal. You can only be bigger than me by age. So we have what we call Ohammo, and we believe that every deity deserves an equal respect. And when you come to Igbo land, you have deities like Anyangunaba. You have Amadoa. So let us not deceive ourselves. You have Allah. There is no community that does not have the shrine of Allah. There is no community that does not have the shrine of this Anyang or the shrine of Amadoa. But ask yourself, the Chuku that they are talking about, where it is in Igbo land that it does exist, only in one place. And the man that established that shrine, his name is Chuku. So the shrine he established was his own shrine, and it has nothing to do with any supreme being anywhere. So if we're going to tell you people about the Igbo culture and spirituality, we need to tell you the right thing. I had a lady ask a question, and that was when I became ashamed. When she asked that what she is hearing is sounding like Christianity. And I know she was right, because we don't have any similarity. We are not worshiping the God of Abraham. Many of us don't even believe that Abraham existed. But I'm not here to talk about Christianity, because I'm not a Christian. We don't worship the same God with the Abrahamic religions. So somebody trying to tell you that Chukwu Okike Abiama is God of Abraham, that is fallacy. That is fallacy. The shrine of Abiam, I know where it is, and I know what it means. It has nothing to do with the supreme deity that the white man tried to introduce to us. We have our deities. So if we are going to get it, let's get it right. The Igbos do not, we are not second to anybody. We have no lineage with Abraham. We have no lineage with the God of Abraham. Yes, our ancestors, we believe in them. We also commune with them. The kola nut, yes, to us is a means of communion, but it's not Holy Communion. It doesn't resemble the Catholic. The Catholic, they copied from us. So we need to really understand, and that is why I was even surprised that at the end of the day, there is no place in Igbo land that you have to bless the kola nut and interpret it for the purpose of those who are hearing. When the Islamic people pray in Islam, in Arabic, they don't interpret for you. When the Catholic Church enter their Vatican City and do their Blessed Sacrament in Latin, they don't interpret for you. It's only an African man that wants to carry. You have to do that in Igbo language and forget about the interpretation. If somebody wants to know what you have said, let the person go and learn the language. We have to really get it right. We cannot be following after people, trying to please people. No. This is why we had the problem we had at the first place, because we welcomed the people that had an evil mind, and they turned against us overnight. And then we've not learned our lesson. So we need to tell our brothers, the first and foremost thing you need to do is to learn the language. It's important. The language is part of the history, because without the language, you will not be able to understand certain concepts of the history. And secondly, to understand the philosophy behind the Igbo so-called culture and tradition. It's a different philosophy in that. Where nobody leads, there is no particular person that leads. There is no particular person that leads. We are led by council of elders. And being an elder is part of you understanding, mastering your own gift, because it's going to be useful to the community. And they made Igbo land in a way that we have several communities, and each and every one of these communities operate like a country, like a republic of its own. Like a republic of its own. And we were doing fine before these people had contact with us and changed the concept of our life and gave us tradition and cultures that are alien to us. Today now, an Igbo man will tell you that we have Eze, we have a king. There is nothing, those things are foreign. The same way church came. Let's tell ourselves the truth. There is no family that has a royal family that will tell you that they have stayed in Igbo land more than, let's say, 1,100 years. But the Igbo people have lived over 250,000 years. So where did we really actually come in contact with this foreign idea that is trying to destroy our people? That is why there is no unity in Igbo land today, because we like ceremony. We like to present things in a way that it will look like what is already out there. No, we are different. Yes, we are the first people. And we are not supposed to imitate those who came after us. We are supposed to set the pace. Yes. So these are things that we need to understand. When you talk about the Igbo Dibia, like I said, there is a whole list of Dibias in Igbo Dibia. But the main purpose of a Dibia is to save life, both that of the community and the people, and to bring deliverance where it is needed. And that is why in this journey that the Jamaican people are trying to embark on, you need the wisdom of a Dibia. It's not the wisdom of a Dibia that is diluted in the way of Christianity, because the church came to weaken the indigenous people. That is the purpose of the church. That was why many of our brothers resorted to establishing things like Rastafarian to blend into the church. And the moment you add anything to the original, you have corrupted it. So Igbos have no room. There is no word that the word Chukwu and the Chineke does not mean God. These are concepts that are different, totally different. Even that Chukwu has nothing to do with spirituality. It's only Chineke that has a different thing to do with spirituality. And what does that mean? That concept of Chineke is something that we can find in the heart, at the middle of Igbo land, where we regard to as Imo State today. What do? They have this tree. Normally, if you are an Igbo man, the first step in life is that once you are born, they will first of all want to know who you reincarnated. In that process, they will know your chi, and also they will now do the ceremony of Eroagu. Eroagu means to pin agu, to pin it at a place for you. So when you pin the agu, what you normally use is either Okrishi or Oha. But in this place I'm talking about, they use Oha. Now, when that Oha tree is planted, remember, it has to be in your land. So once the person comes of age, and that chi, that's what we call Edotuchi. Edotuchi is something that in some part of Igbo land, they do it, using images that are carved. There is a way they, harness the energy into those images. And then in this place I'm talking about, they use what we call clay pot. And then this clay pot has white sand, sea sand, white sand in it. And then they attract the energy into that. So that when you want to pour libation, when you want to break kola nut, you come to that tree where you have that pot. And there is another second pot again. That pot is your connection with the community. The Igbos know that every community has what protects it, and we call it abara. And the physical representation of this abara is a snake that is called python. You understand? And the name of that snake in Igbo language is called Eke. It has nothing to do with creation. The name of that snake is called Eke. So when you come to that place that you really want to be who you want to be, what do? When you pour libation, you pour libation and thank your chi, which is the other clay pot. Then the second pot is Eke. You thank also the Eke of the community. Now, and then you do whatever, you say whatever you want to say and you go. So that particular spot is always called the spot where you have your chi, na Eke. It has nothing to do with any supreme deity. But just because church came into Igbo land, we have embraced it and turned it to be the Igbo name for that supreme God. The Igbos do not worship the same God with the Abrahamic religion. What is close to our spirituality is what they have in China. It's just what is close, but it's not the same. We are partly atomic. We have nothing to do with creation. And that is why the Igbo man calls this universe that you and I are living in, we call it Owa. The solar system, we call it Oma. Now, why do we call it Owa? What is the connection between Owa and creation? There is no connection. Owa, for anybody that understands Igbo language, Owa is talking about something that breaks, either something that breaks out or that breaks into pieces. Hewarawa, Waji, to break something out of something. There is nothing creative or that mentions anything creation in it. So if our ancestors refer this universe as something that came by accident, not by design, then why are we still talking about creation? So that means whoever they are calling God of creation has nothing to do with the Igbos. We have to get this right. Because our people have been spreading this message of Chukwu Okike Abian. Okike in Igbo language means to divide. Ikihe. To divide something. Okay means my share. So that means before I get my share, it was divided before they gave me my share. So we need to understand these things. And going out to sell this funny idea so that we look like others to our people is something I don't buy into. We have to really understand it. The language itself does not support the news that we are spreading. That we have that we worship the same God. We don't worship the same God. The Igbo man, that is why we are where we are today. We are suffering is because of the God that they brought to us. The problem we have in Igbo land today is because of the Catholic Church. It's because of the Anglican Church. It's because of the Christian Church. So I won't stand here and tell you from a Christian so that I will sound politically correct. I have nothing against Christianity, but I'm not a Christian. I cannot be an Igbo man and also a Christian at the same time. I can't be an Igbo man and a Christian at the same time. It's not possible because these are two different philosophies that are moving towards different directions. So how can I manage both? You understand? It's like you putting two legs in one pair of, in one side of the pair of a trouser. You won't be able to walk. So we need to tell our people the truth. Igbo spirituality has nothing to do with foreign ideology. It is Islam. It is Christianity that told us that is one God, according to their own narrative. Go to India. The Indians talk about many gods. Why should we change ourselves to suit Christianity? Why should we change our own to suit Islam, to suit Judaism? It has absolutely nothing to do with us. Those things are religion. We are talking about reality of life. So that is why when you come, you see that in these communities, DPS play an important role. Because it's a DPS that will look at you when you are sick, understand that you need something to arrange that particular place. If the DPS does not understand how human body forms or what the components that makes up the body of a human being, how would the DPS be able to heal you? If the DPS believes that it is God that creates, then he will not go and start praying to that God to come and heal you. No, but he understands that what formed you is what we call, that is, we come back to the word chi, that the source of life is from chi. Now, what is this chi? Chi is like, let me use a word that you people will understand. Chi is like elements. In elements, we have what we call proton, neutron. That when they have friction, they develop what is called electron. Now, these things are in their millions. Now, they want to form a body, whether it is a tree or a man or an animal. What do? They go, like I told you people, there are 3 levels of life. We have chi, we have mo, and we have mad. Now, chi is a destination. Mad also is also a destination. Now, but more that is between chi and the mad is what we call process. Now, when they leave that chi level and enter into more, they start forming what they want to become. Whether they want to be a human being or an animal, they start forming it based on an agreement and also instruction. So by the time they develop it, they come out and become whatever they want to be, whether it's a tree, whether it's an animal, whether it's a human being. And that is why Igbo gives respect to everything that he sees, whether it's a stone or a river. Everything is given its due respect because we know that all these things you are seeing came from the same elements, proton and neutron, that gave back to electron. But what makes them to change their form or character is the process that they go through. So when you have a problem and you come to a Dibia, because he understands this concept, he goes into the bush to see if he will hear and understand the particular leaf or root or fruit that will allow him to perform that will heal that particular body of yours, that area that you are having conflict. Because when any of the parts of your body, because these elements, when they form what we call molecules, and then from molecules they have tissues, and then it is these tissues that create the different parts of your body, and then you form a body. So you are not just a single individual, you are a body of millions of elements that came together. Now, but if they have disagreement, you start having problem in that particular area. So the Dibia goes in to find out from his knowledge and his also understanding and his gift. To find out from his knowledge and from his gift what is actually wrong and where the problem is. So what does he do? He now takes the leaf or the root and apply them accordingly to correct that particular part of your body that has a problem. And in this way, creation is done. So it is not magic anywhere. It's not coming from any God that is hanging anywhere. It is something. That is why we look at it and we say in Igbo language, Madu Uchibe. Now, it is something that this man has done based on the gift that was given to him. Like I said, people are giving gifts to be able to heal, serve, and help the community and also those in the community. This is the work of a Dibia. And Dibia means somebody that has acquired this knowledge that is not by education, but knowledge that is gifted, that comes from Astra, that came with it. And then all you need to do is to enhance it, develop it. So the Dibia's role is important in delivery, whether it is self-delivery or self-awareness or delivery in a community. It is Dibias that lead the squad. But we cannot confuse philosophies. We cannot confuse philosophies. So I hope what I have said is okay. You can ask your questions if you want to.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Give Dr. Izamo. All right. Does anybody have any questions? We're going to take 5 to 10 minutes for a question, right? And a question means you're asking something. We're not making statements. We're not making declarations. We're not saying this is what I think. A question is, so, what, how, where, why? I have one here and one here, all right? And then we're gonna ask the question in about a minute or less. All right, no dissertation questions, no follow-up questions, one question at a time, and then we're gonna move on so that everyone can have a moment. Yes? Yes. I like consent. Yes? Yes. All right.
Is Igbo the universe over us and with us?
You said Igbo. Are you saying Igbo as a word or Igbo as a language? I want to get you correctly. You are talking about the name Igbo. What it means. Yeah. Is that what you're saying? Sorry, I want to get you correct.
Yes, that's what she's saying. Yes.
Okay, the word Igbo. Yeah, the word Igbo, if you root it, you will see that there are several things in it. We have Ubo, which means farm, or you can say the forest. We have Ubotu, which is a boat, a canoe. And then we have Ibu, that is to clear. Now, the Igbo people, because that is something we are on it. We want to find out when exactly did they start answering Igbo. Now, what it means is that they lived more of their life in the forest. And they were addressed as the forest people or the bushman because they are in harmony with nature. Now, to those also who are also living at the riverine areas, like I said, Ubo, Obo means canoe, to cross over the sea. So Igbo talks more of nature. It has, where did they get the word universe with us? Maybe that could be an explanation, but the point is that Igbo means nature. And nature is, that is why ordinala, which is Igbo way of life. Ordinala means how you can harness nature, how you can live in harmony with nature. Because the mistake we've made is that they taught us that nature is good. Nature is very, very harsh. Nature is not friendly. You have to decode how to live with nature. If not, you will die. For example, if you refuse to eat, you will die of hunger. So what do you do? To fight that hunger, you must eat. So there are so many things about nature that you know that it does not work in a friendly form. For example, if you're living in a place and you stop clearing the path, your path will grow grass. It may even grow a bigger forest. So nature is not friendly, but there is a way nature can be managed. So what Igbo is nature. So what we do in Ordinala, that is why I told you that a Christian can never say he understands Igbo, because you have to be in Ordinala to understand Igbo. So what Ordinala does is to teach us how to harness that nature and live in harmony with that nature. But Igbo means nature. That is what Igbo means. Does that answer your question?
She said yes, partially, but she will be kind and allow others.
All right, so we only have about 5 more minutes for questions. So we have one more hand.
Good day. Would you associate the Igbo in paganism is European? Would you?
Sorry, I can't hear her.
Hi. Okay. Hi there. I was just wondering, about paganism and Igbo. I don't know if there's a word ism there. I mean, in Europe, the pagans were associated with nature, and they were subsequently killed and so on. In Igbo land, nature is a reality there as well. So would you say it's the same atrocities that were passed on to both set of people through Christianity?
Let me correct one impression there.
Okay.
The word pagan, you need to understand what it means. Pagan means, to me, a Christian is a pagan. And to a Christian, I am a pagan. A pagan means somebody that does not believe in what you believe.
Okay.
Somebody that does not share the same ideology with you.
Okay. All right.
When it comes to spirituality or religion.
Yeah.
So that is what a pagan means.
Okay.
So when you use pagan, particularly for Africans, then that means you are ignorant of what it means. So pagan, to us, the West, they are pagans. Because what they practice is different from what we practice. Yeah. And that word is a Western word.
Thank you.
The first time they used that word was when those who were doing Western religion, the Europeans who were doing their traditional religion, that was when they called Christians pagans.
Okay, thank you.
Before Christianity became the official religion of Europe, that was when Constantine made it official. They used to call Christians pagans. You understand? So pagan is like people, like what you say, infidel. Infidel means one who does not believe in what you believe. It has nothing, it's not particular to a people. You understand? Now, let me now say something again, which, it may help. Christianity is based on illusion, on imagination. There is no Christian that will come today that will tell you that he has seen any angel. Because when our brothers start talking about Holy Spirit and angel, I knew he has left the line. There is no Christian that will tell that he has seen any angel or any Holy Spirit. But I can tell you for sure that I know my forefathers. I can tell you for sure that I know Amador. Why? Because it is practical. It has nothing to do with imagination. It has nothing to do with illusion. So we are talking about people who are selling you the idea of what they say or claim that happened in a book, and which you've not seen. You've not seen the evidence. I've asked people, show me one miracle that has happened in this time so that we can use it to assess the one that happened in the past. It's not possible. Because it does not exist. These are stories. It's called allegory. It's even in the book of Ephesians. They told you that these things we are telling you are stories. But we took it to heart. We know where it started. We know how it became the Bible. So for them to open mouth and tell that the people are pagan, what makes them pagan? This is a people that talked about worshiping image. They do worship image. They do worship image. There's a lot of images in Christianity. So let's take things for what they are. Forget about what you've been taught. Open your eyes and then you will see the reality before you. And this is why we don't want to associate with something that we know, that later people will find out the truth, that they've been lied to. There is nothing like African spirituality, because that is where it began. Everything you see today, all the religions they built it according to African spirituality. The question you ask yourself is that, if the Romans and the Greeks that established Christianity and Islam copied what they copied from Egypt, who were these people in Egypt? They were not white people. The last time I checked, they were dark people from the sub-Sahara. So where exactly did they come from? Because they took the idea, whatever it is that they established in Egypt, they took the idea from sub-Sahara. So how can you turn back and say where the whole idea came from is so that the people are doing something that is evil? So the new idea that you brought is better than the old order. No.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ezemo. All right, so there's one question in the chat, and I want to honor those that are watching it live. And so if you can take 2 minutes, Dr. Ezemo, you hear me? 2 minutes.
Okay.
All right, to answer this question. And the question is do you believe that people in the diaspora will know this without having studied it? So how can people know it without studying it?
Well, the routine or the normal order is for one to go through a kind of training and be lectured because it's knowledge. We call it ACO. So be lectured, educated in it, because what you don't know, you don't know. But then I can tell you for free, a routine is like a circle. There are at times, not always, in special occasion when that circle, changes position. So you may find 1 or 2 people, or 3 or even more, that have this knowledge and they're even practicing it even without knowing what they are practicing. Because they were born with that character. It happens. But it's not so for everybody. So when you come to 100, it's like maybe 0.1% of the people may be able to acquire this knowledge even without being told. Then when they now come across those that already have the knowledge and see them practice, they will say, but I used to do this. It's like what I normally do. But I do it in this form. I do it in this form. Because even in you, that DNA is still in you. That bloodline is still in you. So in that bloodline, there are memories. So the memory can flash in your head and make you to start doing something that looks like that particular thing. Because at times you sleep and you see yourself. Many people who are sitting here watching me, some of them who are not in Africa, who have not been to Africa before, many of them in their dream visit Africa regularly. It's not just a dream. It's because it's what is in their DNA, in their memory. So we understand this, and that's why they call it Obara. Obara means Oba and Ora. That is public library. So whatever information that is there will keep flashing back into your head. There are so many things you know as an African about Africa, but you are not sure. You don't know whether you know those things in Jamaica. But the day you will go to Africa and then you come into that particular scenario, that particular scene, that particular place, you say, I've seen this place before in my dream. It happens to everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ezemo. Can we give a round of applause for Dr. Ezemo? All right. And his information will be shared with you. He has his own institute and program. You can learn more. And we'll post the links. If you registered, we'll send out the information, and his information is on the program. So we'll honor him. But we'll take about 5 minutes to stretch and get settled for our next experience. So I'm going to invite you to take a moment. 5 minutes. 5, not 7. 5 after 4 and before 6. 5 minutes. And then we'll come back and we'll have a culture exchange, and then we'll break for lunch. All right? All right? All right.
Everything I wanna be. I have everything. everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I am everything. I have everything I've ever wanted to be. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything. I have everything I need. I need. I am everything I am everything I wanna be. I have everything. I have everything, everything I need. I am everything I want. I am everything I want. I have everything I
All right, beautiful beings, can we come back into the room, please?
Have the power to live my life.
Beautiful beings, can we come back in, please? If you know you're amazing, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. All right. Beautiful beings. Greetings, and salutations. Thank you for that mini African break. All right, so I'm going to invite everyone who I just spoke to about coming on stage for the cultural exchange. Please come. Please. That'll be Gerard, Dr. Claudette, Kirk, Alex. Yes, please. All right, so this portion, you can sit right there. Directing traffic from the stage, story of my life. All right, Dr. Claudette, come now. All right, this next portion, we wanted to make sure that there was an exchange from the different people that have different gifts to one another, all right? So we're gonna have Gerard first. He's going to present some instruments to Dr. Anderson, and he's gonna come and take 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Alex, you're gonna come up here too. Here, center stage. Come now. All right. So please, Gerald, tell them what they're receiving and why you are giving them these gifts.
Igbo maman, niba ekene moon. Igbo kwen zono. You see, the Igbo spirit is very powerful. And because I understand it very well, I appreciate it when it's in full display. If you see our masquerade called Mbwadike, it's like I've seen some image of the Jonkunu that look like the Mbwadike. Very fierce and direct. But there are some other kinds of spirits manifest. So the Igbo world is very large. Very large. It's not narrow. You find different kinds of expression in the Igbo world. But I like to tell you about the Mbwadike. The Ezemo is like the Mbwadike. The Ezemo that just spoke. Very fierce, direct, moving. He's not looking left or right or moving backwards. Very straight. The Igbo spirit is also very universal and open. And then if you listen to Ono, you hear that voice that wants to balance things. And that voice that illustrates. And so the 2 voices you've heard are Igbo. And also the Igbo spirit is dialogical. We believe na Ikucha Nkwo. And our legendary Mike Ejaya, the folklore and musician, did this in his song, where he talked about Ikpechakwa Kambe, Ebe Wuneje, Ebe Mbwada Neje, Mangwere Nwoke, Oruka Njerumbu, Obamu Takalakpai, Omankwekwame, Ajakolaja, Omankwekwame. So there is a dispute between 2 people, and he says, no, the order is Ikpechakwa Kambe. You talk, I talk. And then anybody in the middle will pick the truth. We don't put a full stop to anything. But the truth is the truth. And so it's been a wonderful day for us trying to reconnect. I thank the SMO who has really, really spoken deeply about the culture. And I'm going to go ahead and make my presentation. And so I'm here from Nigeria. And I have an academy in Nigeria called Ichoku Academy. Ichoku is the parrot. And this academy is focused on teaching children in Igbo land how to perform traditional Igbo musical instruments. A lot has happened in the motherland. And one of the challenges is that I studied music in the university, and I was trained to practice Western classical music with a little attention to African music. Out of all the courses I did, we had only one that is called African music. So out of 9 courses, probably 5 are handling different aspects of Western music, theory, rudiments, musicianship, this, that, but then there is one course called African music. So it's a challenge. And as a student, it was a conflict. And the resolution was Ichoku Academy, to teach children Igbo musical instruments so that they don't even get to my level in the university and get further confused and blocked off from the culture. Because I understand this challenge, that is also why I travel around the world, to America, to London, to China, and now in Jamaica with my musical instruments that we produce in the Ichoku Academy. We want people all over the world to have it, but Jamaica is different. We want Jamaicans to have it because they are from Igbo land. And we also want them to have it because if you listened to one of the speakers, she said it clearly that the drums were controlled. The trumpets, the horns were controlled. And the reason is simple, because these are instruments for communication. And they are also spiritual instruments. When you play it to the African person, to the hearing of the African person, it unlocks something in this person, whether you are aware of it or not. You probably take some kind of medication, and if I cut your skin, you won't feel the pain. But I have cut your skin. And you probably take a kind of medication, and if I heal your wound, maybe I'm trying to operate, some kind of surgery to stitch your wound, to stitch a cut. You may not be aware of the pain, but I am stitching you up. So there is something these instruments do to us, something really good that unlocks our potentials, because the Igbo person is Okaramuo, Okaramwadu, spirit, human. And so I present this spiritual gift to the people of Jamaica.
The director of the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, Jamaica Memory Bank, will accept the Oja and Uboka on behalf of the Jamaican people.
So this is the Oja, and that's the logo of the Ichoku Academy right here. And I'm happy to present this gift to you from Africa, because Africa is rich and we should be donating to people all over the world. Thank you. This is the Obeah. It's very beautiful. And okay, I'm going to do a performance later, but I can just touch it so you feel the sound. And whenever I play, okay, let me not tell you. Okay. And so, The Obaka is, you come into the house of somebody today, you say the grand piano, or the upright piano, or the electric keyboard. Our ancestors understood the need for music. So most grandparents, most people who played this instrument in the days of yore, you come to the home of an average Igbo person. The person has the Obaka, and it's not necessarily for commercial purposes. He uses this Obaka to relax himself when he comes home. We are a sophisticated people. We did not learn the appreciation of art, relaxation, healing, classical music. We didn't learn it from the West. We've always had it. And the Obaka is such an instrument that you can sit down and relax with. But another thing they do with it is to instruct the community. And so children could gather in the house of a prominent performer of this instrument and listen to stories. And that right there is our school, and that is free education. You see, we are sophisticated people. So I can go on and on. I'm so proud of my culture, but we don't have all the time. So my brother, this gift is from Ichoku Academy, from Igbo Land, from CISA, from Onuchi Foundation. All of us, we are all one, and we make you this gift. And I hope to come back to Jamaica and hold some serious cultural exchange, stay here as a resident artist for about a month or more, but no more than 3 months. They need me in my country, and teach Igbo music. We've done that in schools across Jamaica, even within this store, 2 schools already. But I want to come back and teach it properly, because my little friend Tiana says, me love this instrument. Me love it. Give it to me. And so I donated to some of those schools too. Thank you very much, my brother. This is from us. Okay, maybe we have this. Dr. Anderson.
Clap them.
And now to you, Dr. Anderson. We have the same content. I didn't remove anything from it. It is still Oja and Obaka. The only thing I will add is that the Oja was taken away, the drums, the Obaka was taken away from the enslaved Africans, because if they played, the chains will mean nothing. It will be mere rope, the tiniest of the ropes, and those chains would break. I don't know if the rebellion in Igbo London started with the sound of the Oja. Because if we have the full story, and anybody in that ship at Dunbar Creek, St. Simon's Island, if anybody in that ship ever sounded this instrument, that would have easily led to that rebellion. Because the instrument leads you to true freedom. And if somebody is stopping you from being who you are and from being free, the instrument is going to push you to push the person down. And so I believe this was the sound that invited the Obeah. Because when they took it away, we still had the spirit. This is why it talks. It talks because once you sound it, we get the code. The spirits get the code. The ancestors get the code. And they intervene. They are always with us. But today, unfortunately, we've been taught that the only thing our ancestors are responsible for our problems. But then when things go well for us, thank you, Jesus. And that is unfortunate. And so, Obeah conference reminds us today that the spirit that is contained in this instrument called Oja, that spirit, whether the instrument is taken away from you or not, that spirit, once you invoke it, once you call on your ancestors to come, they will send the Dibia, and he will arrive in your land, wherever you are, faraway land, as Obeah, and they will intervene. Here goes the Oja to the Unuchi Foundation and the Obaka. And now that we are free enough to play the instrument, we better play it loud. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Gerald, for your presentation and the amazing gifts. Next, we have Dr. Claudette.
Thank you, Fatima, for a second. I heard someone say we should hang this up in the museum. Okay, we shouldn't. That is the Igbo spirit. Our musical instruments can be in the museum, like maybe one or two, but it's an active force. We have to utilize it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Oja Master Gerald Eze from Nigeria, Igbo land. Ala Igbo, thank you.
Let me say good morning, everyone. Let me acknowledge the Executive Director, who is the Institute of Jamaica, to kindly come on the platform quickly. She is the head of the Institute of Jamaica, and I assure you, Oja Master, that we will not just have this instrument on display, but we will actively educate the younger population about the importance of African instruments such as this. So thank you very much. Thank you, and we appreciate it. I don't know if Mrs. Creed Nelson want to say a few words of thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henry. I just want to acknowledge this very lovely gift, and it's something that I don't think we have anything like this that I know of anywhere, right? And it is really a reminder, and it is really something that really a fact we should have had a long time ago, because it's part of our culture, it's where we are coming from. And I really want to say thank you on behalf of the Institute and the people of Jamaica, and we will treasure this, we will use it, it won't go in a museum. And we just want to say that, you know, this conference is really an eye-opener. And I can only say, Dr. Henry, that we should look forward to see how we can organize more of conferences or sessions like these. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Gerald. My extraordinary conference coordinator is saying that I should shorten my time with this beloved man. So I am going to shorten my time, and we will have conference later, because we have an Igbo descendant and his wife present. They are my Igbo parents. They don't know that. If you look, you will see a man in a hat right here to the red. He has an Igbo cap. Yes. So we have Igbo calendar. Unuchi Foundation has determined via messages from the ancestor that the easiest way to learn and return and to reconnect is to start using our ancient calendar. I have some physical copies here for those who are here, but this is going to be downloadable because people no longer, use physical things. You want it on your phone. We're going to have an app. Please feel free to donate or invest so that we can make this the best app ever. We were, like Ezemo, supposed to unveil something to do with time, but apparently it's not happening now. Hence, unuchi.org, ibocal.org, you can download. There's one calendar there now for download, but more will be available later in addition to the app. All right, so you're going to have an app that you can use to order your days. And we are going to give the Maroons. They have held the tradition for so long, and we want to honor them by presenting this calendar. Thank you very much, Priest Alex, on behalf of the Maroon community. And we will speak. All right, thanks. Welcome, my Igbo parents. I'm going to tell you a story. Quickly, Fatima, I'm going to tell a story. I was at the University of the West Indies with these esteemed professors. Dr. Warner Lewis, we call her Prof. number 1 because women rule, we first. And Prof. Number 2, Prof. number 1 and Prof. number 2. Gerald, we need you up here, and Dr. Anna Kwenze, I will bring yours to you. I started the research for this book with Prof, but I didn't do much. But one day I was, I had to leave for Emory and stuff. One day I was in the office with Prof. Prof, you don't know this. I'm going to explain to you why one day I was staring at you endlessly and I thought you would never allow me back into your house. You changed into somebody else. I was there looking at you and you transformed into, and I was just mesmerized. And now I realize that Aniaso wanted me to know that you were his descendant. I know what he looks like. He showed himself to me through you. As Ezemo said, you can reconnect. It's easy. If you open yourself, you can know you are a descendant of Aniaso. And so I am going to give the mic, or not, I will hold the mic for my esteemed professor who did this book for her Igbo husband. Clap them, no man, clap, clap, clap.
Good morning, everybody. This book that I'm going to present to 2 of the members of the delegation is about an Igbo boy who at about 9 or 10, it's not clear exactly when he was born, but he was kidnapped from his home in Igbo land by a visitor to the house. And he was brought by slave ship to Jamaica and was bought by us. All right. The book tells a story. It's one of the few slave narratives from the Caribbean. And this man's story was taken down by Moravian missionaries, 1 American, 1 German, in about 1853, there around. The person in question who became enslaved was kidnapped from his home I believe he came from the Unri group of the Igbo. And he was kidnapped by a visitor to his father's compound. Sorry. Apparently, his parents came from well-reputed, both his mother and father had elite connections in the village. We don't know yet what village they came from. But this boy was taken to Oguta on the lake and then transferred to a big ship which brought him to Jamaica, where he was bought by a Scotsman called John Monteith, a Scotsman from Glasgow in Scotland. And he worked with that Monteith family in Jamaica, in Westmoreland, until 1837. He probably arrived in Jamaica about 1800, 1802. He probably was about 9 or 10 at the time. We don't know his date of birth, and we have not been able to find any papers about his purchase that he was bought, but he was bought by a Scotsman. And he worked with this family for 3-4 decades. And then by 1837, he decided that he had enough money to buy his own freedom. So he had to pay his owners to become free. This was in 1837. And then slavery was eventually abolished the next year, 1838. Now, he was obviously a very ambitious young man. And he was obviously diligent at his work. He doesn't talk, because it's a story written in a religious magazine. They don't talk about the punishments that he endured. He only says that his master, that is his original master's son, dealt harshly with him. He was a playmate for the Scotsman's children, and then he began to work in the fields, and it was not a sugar estate. It was what is called in Jamaica a pen. That is an estate on which horses, cows, goats, and so on, animals, livestock are kept. So his enslavement was not as harsh as it would have been if he had gone onto a sugar plantation, where they had to work long hours in the harvest time and have their fingers eaten off by the machines and all of that. Anyway, this young man in his 20s, he became a Moravian, and he learned to read and write, and that gave him skills which very few other black people had at the time. Remember that at this time, in the 1800s, if you were black, it was assumed that you were a slave. And you had to carry around a paper like how they did in South Africa to prove to anybody else that you had your freedom or whatever, or that you were being allowed to take messages from one plantation to another. And in the Moravian church, he quickly ascended to positions of leadership. Just as his parents were leaders in their village community, he became a leader in his estate and church community. And so this is his story. He died in 1867, and his burial spot is, I think, the only identifiable slave grave site in Jamaica. The whole of Jamaica is a burial ground of enslaved people, but this is the only one that we can definitely identify. And talking about the Igbo people, the Igbos were generally called Mokos. And all over Jamaica, there are villages called Moko. As a matter of fact, very near to where he was, the estates on which he worked, it's near Newmarket in Westmoreland, between Newmarket and Darlaston. There's a Moko in that area. And of course, we know that the word Unu is from the Igbo language and so on. And in Jamaica, people of a certain complexion are called Redibo. Yes. So I now present to you Eze Gerald Ndwabuchi. This is your copy presented to you. It's a bit of a lot of reading, but you read it bit by bit.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. And the other one is
all right.
For Dr.
You all ready for a break?
Yes.
I don't think you're ready, but I don't hear you ready. You ready for a break for a second? No, no, no. We're going to go to lunch. So we're going to take a moment. We're going to pause. We're going to go to lunch. And so before, for those of you who have an agenda, we are behind, all right? I know that we're behind, but I promise we're still going to leave on time. The time that this will end, it is going to end during that time, all right? If you haven't joined the WhatsApp group for the experience, I'm going to invite you to please join the WhatsApp group. That's how you can stay in contact with the presenters and those that you've seen today. So it is 12:45. I need you all back by 1:40. What time do I need you back by? 1:40. What time do I need you back by? All right, so at 1:40, I'll see you all back here. Lunch is not provided for everyone. If you registered, I sent instructions to bring your own lunch or be prepared to buy lunch. Lunch is not provided for everyone, but if you donate, and people online, if you donate, then next year we can make sure we can have the money to feed everyone. You see me? But you need money, unfortunately, in this capitalistic world. So if you please donate and give to the Unichi Foundation so we can continue to do this work. All right, I'm done. See you at 1:40. For what? I'll respond later at break. We're doing break. You all can talk after break. See you all later. Break. All right.
This is insane. What kind of nonsense is that? It's okay, man. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm thanking the professor that presented excuse me, John. I'm thanking the professor that made the presentation of the book. And you mentioned a town that is in Igbo land. That's where these people come from. The Oru people. Uguta. You mentioned Uguta. These people are from there. So it's very important. The town exists. It's a big seaport. Thank you very much for the good work.
All right, now we can go to lunch.
presence, time, spirit, form, and space. Welcome excellence in every blessing, sacred and praise. What I seek, I have. What I wanna know, I understand. All I wish I could, I can. Who I wanna be, I am. What I seek, I have. What I wanna know, I understand. All I wish I could, I can. Who I wanna be, I am.
Welcome magic and wonder, brilliance and grace. Welcome joy, satisfaction, pleasure and strain. Welcome essence, beauty, presence, time, spirit, form and space. Welcome excellence in every blessing, sacred and praise.
What I seek, I have. What I wanna know, I understand. All I wish I could, I can. What I wanna be, I am. What I seek, I have. What I wanna know, I understand. All I wish I could, I can. Who I wanna be, I am. I am the seed, I am the tree. I am the flower, I am the bee. I am fire and I am wind. I accept love and also I give. I am loud and I am mighty. I am silent and I tread lightly. I am brave and monumental. I am modest, I am gentle. I am student and I teach. I am the sand and I am the beach. I am ease and I am power. I am bridge and I am tower. I am peace and I am wild. I am mother, I am child. I am many, I am few. I am God and God is you. What I seek, I have. What I wanna know, I understand. All I wish I could, I can. Who I wanna be, I am. What I seek, I have. What I wanna know, I understand. All I wish I could, I can. Who I wanna be, I am. Presence and ease, 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 presence. My mind is open and my spirit's free. Present
trusting myself. I'm trusting myself, trusting myself, trusting myself. I'm trusting myself. I'm trusting myself to go with the flow, trusting myself. I'm trusting myself. I'm trusting myself to go with the flow, trusting myself. I'm trusting myself. I'm trusting myself to go with the flow, trusting myself. I'm trusting myself. I'm trusting my role, how I feel, how I felt when I'm trusting myself, how I feel, how I felt when I'm trusting myself, how I feel, how I feel, how I felt when I'm trusting myself, how I feel, how I feel, how I felt when I'm trusting myself, how I feel, how I feel, how I felt when I'm trusting myself, how I feel, how I feel, how I felt when I'm trusting trusting myself, trusting myself, trusting myself, trusting myself to go with the flow, trusting myself, trusting myself, trusting myself, trusting myself. We are the change, we are the movement. Welcome to high frequency love music. We are the change, we are the movement. Welcome to high frequency love music. We are the change, we are the movement. We are the change, we are the movement. Welcome to high frequency love music. We are the change, we are the movement. Welcome to high frequency love music. We are the change, we are the movement. Welcome to high frequency love music. Here, you don't need to be anyone else here. The connection between us is felt here. Just focus on loving yourself. You don't need to be anyone else. The connection between us is felt. Just focus on loving yourself. Just focus on loving yourself. Focus on loving yourself, self. Just focus on loving yourself. Focus on loving yourself, self. Just focus on loving yourself. Focus on loving yourself, self. Just focus on loving yourself. Focus on loving yourself. Just focus on loving yourself. I am a being of love, love. I am a being of love, 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 love. I am a being of love, love. I am a being of love, 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 love. Love, I am a being of love, love. I am a being of love, 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 love. I am a being of love, love. I am a being of love, 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 love. I am a being of love, love. I am a being of love, 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 love. I am a being of love, love. I am a being of love, 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 love. I am a being of love, love. I am a being of love, 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 love. I am a being of love, love. I am a being of love, 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 love. I am a being of love, love. I am a being of love, 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 love. I am a being of love, love. I am a being of love, love, love. I easily find and joyously create abundance. 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 I'm all I need to get by. 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 Within me is boundless love. 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 everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I am
am abundance. I attract abundance because I am abundance. I attract abundance because I am abundance. Abundance, abundance, abundance because I am. I attract abundance because I am. I attract abundance because I am. Society and all is well in our world. I see the society and all is well in our world. I see the society and all is well in our world. I see the society and all is well in our world. All is well. All is well. All is well in my world.
I am light, I am light. I am not the things my family did. I am not the voices in my head. I am not the pieces of the brokenness inside. I am light. 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 I'm not the mistakes that I have made, or any of the things that caused me pain. I am not the pieces of the dream I left behind. I am light. 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 Yeah. I am light. I am light. I am not the color of my eyes. I am not the skin on the outside. I am not my age. I am not my race. My soul inside is all light. All light. Oh, light. Yeah. Oh, light. I am light. I am light. I am light. I am light. Yeah. I am divinity defined. I am the God on the inside. I am a star, a piece of it all. I am light.
Please bring positivity into my life every day. Please bring positivity into my life every day. Please bring only joy and peace and everything that is love. Please bring only joy and peace and everything that is love. Please bring positivity into my life every day. Please bring positivity into my life every day. Please bring positivity into my life, every day. Please bring only joy and peace and everything that is love. Please bring only joy and peace and everything into my life that is love every day. Please bring only joy and peace and everything into my life that is love every day. Please bring positivity into my life every day. Please bring positivity into my life every day.
If I had $1 for every breath that I take, I'd be rich already. Come on. Lord knows I'm rich already. Spend my whole night worrying about how I'm gonna make it. Meanwhile, I've been making it. All my life, I've been making it. Hey, I've come to a fork in the road. Don't know which way to go. I turn on my GPS. That feeling deep in my chest. Worrying don't buy you no time. Ask the birds in the sky. I'm following God's positioning system. Hey, are you listening? Oh, I'm following God's positioning system. Get you where you need to go if you're listening. Whoa, whoa, oh, if I had an answer for every prayer that I pray, I'd be blessed already. Lord knows I'm blessed already. Hey, I've come to the fork in the road. Don't know which way to go. I turned on my GPS. That feeling deep in my chest. Never felt so free till the day I let God lead. I'm following God's perfect positioning system. Hey, are you listening? Oh, I'm following God's perfect positioning system. Get you where you need to go if you listen. Whoa,
can hear the children playing outside. Someone whistling as they pass by. I can hear the birds as they're singing good morning. I'm loving this feeling. Ooh, 'cause it's a great day to be alive. When I know that there's nothing greater than life. So I won't worry about my problems today. I'm wearing a smile. I'm just living my life. Bringing light to my problems. Light, no more of hiding in silence. Yesterday is gone, I won't complain. Being alive feels amazing. It's not about what I could have done, but it's about what I'm gonna do. Ooh, oh, my life ain't perfect, but it's worth it. Looking forward for something new. 'Cause I deserve it. It's a great day to be alive. When I know that there's nothing greater than life. So I won't worry about my problems today. I'm wearing a smile. I'm just living my life. Oh, whenever you think that it's over and done, try hiding from stress when there's nowhere to run. If ever you find a roof over your head and you've got a meal, you're more fortunate than some. So I won't think about it. Today I'm gonna be about it. Life is amazing and I don't doubt it. So I shout, 'cause it's a great day to be alive. When I know that there's nothing greater than life. So I won't worry about my problems today. I'm wearing a smile. I'm just living my life. I can hear the children playing outside. Someone whistling as they pass by. I can hear the birds as they're singing good morning. I'm loving this feeling. Ooh, 'cause it's a great day to be alive. When I know that there's nothing greater than life. So I won't worry about my problems today. I'm wearing a smile. I'm just living my life. 'Cause it's a great day to be alive. When I know that there's nothing greater than life. So I won't worry about my problems today. I'm wearing a smile. I'm just living my life.
I forgive, 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 I forgive.
Don't mess with my spirit. Don't mess with my spirit. You can't touch my soul. Nah. You can't touch my soul. Nah. Say I was born to gon' get it, get it. I was born to gon' get it, get it. Say whoop, there it is. Yo. Whoop, there it is. Yeah. Don't mess with my spirit. Yeah. You can't touch my soul. Nah. I was born to gon' get it. I was born to gon' get it. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. I think I found my mojo. Whoa, whoa, mojo, Jojo. Oh no, I'm about to let my soul glow. Eddie Murphy, I'm delirioso. Step back, and miss me with your tie. No rat, no rat, no rat. I'm gonna live my life. No lie, no lie, no lie. My future extra bright. Big blast, I burn my life. Austin Dean, and I'm on the track. Play the oop, and yeah, I rap. I'ma stack my platinum plaque. I'ma stack my platinum plaque. My genre is island trap. Don't mess with my spirit. You can't touch my soul. No. I was born to gon' get it. I was born to gon' get it. Don't mess with my spirit. You can't touch my soul. No. I was born to gon' get it. I was born to gon' get it. There it is. There's energy in this energy. So don't mess with my melody. I get it, it's a situation. But you can't touch my situation, cause I illuminate and illustrate. So don't debate on what you see. Wanna negotiate for a critic's sake. I be in a pipe, Will Chamberlain. No chains on me. That chain gang gon' rip his spleen. Squad up, got us, so make noise. Everything you need, never lack. Bump that, my rap smack. And back, when I slap back, ain't a cap, take the track. I'm gonna lapse you cats in the half.
Greetings, and we're back, I am thankful for your grace and compassion and your patience. It is beautiful, beautiful. I'm going to invite everyone to come back in, and please find your seats. Greetings. All right, beautiful beings. Welcome back. Are you all fed? You feel all right? Real question, you all right? Can you hear me? Is this thing on? Are you all right? Are you sure you don't sound all right? I mean, if I'm going by how you sound, you don't sound too all right. Are you good? All right. So we are going back into the program. Next is going to be Dr. Claudette A. Anderson, right? She's going to come and really give us the breakdown of the calendar and why respelling Obeah is a thing that is needed. She's going to be the keynote and give us 30 minutes of wisdom and information. So if you're a note taker, this is one of those times where you may want to take notes and just really engage. She's actually only going to speak for like 20 minutes, and then we're going to have a 10-minute answer and question answer section. Before we get started, just so you know, the bathrooms are downstairs for those of you who are just coming in. There's no eating in the auditorium. If you would like to eat, you can go outside. There is some finger sandwiches that were left. And the bathrooms are downstairs to the right by the stairs. Please be careful. If you have water, please be careful with your water. And please, if you are taking pictures or online, please, you can tag any of the organizing groups online, and the hashtag is respelling Obeah. Does anybody have any comments, questions, or concerns before we begin? Yes, ma'am. Oh, that's a question. She said, why do we bring in other races into our communities and it is destroying Our children. All right, so that's a question that I think would be great for the square table this afternoon. There's going to be a lot of people that will have a lot of wisdom, because if I start talking, you may want to kick me off the stage because I'm not like everybody else. We think differently. So I'm going to keep my comments to myself for now, and then when you get to the square table, we'll have that conversation. All right, Dr. Claudette. Dr. Claudette. So just something you don't know, she really doesn't want to talk. Like, she's like, no, I don't want to share. But she has 20 plus years of wisdom, this being right here. She's spent 20 years studying Obeah. She has been not just studying it, but practicing it. And practice is different than study, right? A lot of times people, they study something, but they don't practice it. They study ways of living mindfully, but they don't practice living mindfully. They study being kind, but they don't act kindly. They study spiritual practices, but they don't do them. So to practice means that you are embodying it. You are engaging in those tools every day. And this woman has spent 20 years learning and practicing the information that she is going to share today. So please give it up for Dr. Claudette A. Anderson. 25 minutes.
Good afternoon again. I'm in need of rest. Jeff? Start. Obeah, the healer. We're supposed to start with something else, but I will have him perform the song that he did for the Obeah rebels. Someone sent me a note to say we have forgotten Taki. We will never forget Taki. The first time I spoke to this young man and I told him the story of Obeah, he said, "What? That's the Dibia in my place." He immediately recognized what was happening. He has an album coming out next year called Igbo Rising, and he has done a piece for the Obeah rebels. Here, today, Gregorian October month, we're celebrating our heritage. And we have, for the first time, a piece written for our ancestors who fought for their freedom. Obeah, the healer. To revolt is to take your healing into your hands. To heal is to embrace divinity, to see God and become what you have seen. Obeah, Om. Obeah, Om. Obeah, Om. To Grandi Nani, to Taki, to Bogle, to all our heroes who fought so that we could be here today to have this moment. Those named and unnamed, captured, chained, drowned, some of them while they were coming over. To all our ancestors who suffered this tragedy that has changed the world, divided us, and turned us against ourselves. Someone requested Taki. Let us all say, Takio, Takio, Takio. The CISA organization, of which we have a delegation here, they have an annual festival to celebrate Igbo culture. For the past 2 years, they have been having this festival at Igbo Landing. This is a site where captured Igbos decided they'd had enough and drowned themselves after killing the ship's captain and charges. And some of them were recaptured, those who did not drown. The Gullah Geechee have kept this word alive for us, but we don't recognize it. It has come down to us as kumbaya. What they were really saying was come, bia. It's English and Igbo. They were calling on their ancestors. They were calling on their dibias. They were calling on their obeahs to come and help them. And so I have been given this by the powers of those upon whose shoulders I stand as our Jamaican rendering of this experience. I want you to sing for the first time, not "Come, my Lord," because we didn't have any Lord. There was no Lord when we were being raped and drowned and beaten. We were calling on Obeah. Come, Bia, come mio. O being that pronoun referencing all things in the universe, it, he, she. That great nothing that is everything. Someone's dying, come. Obeah man, come. Obeah woman, come. Gerald will lead us with the flute. Come, Bia. Someone's come, Bia. Someone's come, be. You know I'm tired, right? Because the lyrics don't match, all right? I see Fofie like, what's happening? But you know the song, so sing it. Someone's dying, Lord, come be Someone's dying, oh, come be Someone's dying, oh, Obeah, my oh, Obeah. Someone's crying, oh, Obeah. Someone's crying, oh, Obeah.
Someone's crying, oh, Kumbia, Obeah, Kumbia. Someone's dying, oh, Kumbia. Someone's dying, oh, Kumbia. Someone's dying, oh, Kumbia. Oh, Kumbia. Today we are singing, oh, Kumbia. Today we are singing, oh, Kumbia. Today we are singing, oh, Kumbia. Oh, come, Kumbia. Oh, come, Kumbia.
Thank you, Mr. Eze. Could we have a seat, Obeah notes? So one of the things that we've learned is that 1517, somebody gave, the king gave the Spanish permission. This is, you know, to trade in humans. 1517, Spain allowed its colonies to transport 4,000 Africans. This was the beginning of the slave trade. The British entered the trade after they took over Jamaica in 1655. Some of the first Igbos went to Barbados, and we find the word, Waldeck is the captain of a ship, and he says, no Negro can do anything of this Obeah, only those that are brought from the coast of Africa, and chiefly the Calabar Negroes. Calabar is a port south of Nigeria from which many, this is why we have Calabar High School, for example. Many of the enslaved Africans in that region were shipped. So one of the first renderings of Obeah in the English-speaking Caribbean identifies the word with the Calabar region where the Igbos live. After the Taki Rebellion, Jeff, could we scroll? The professors of Obeah are and always were natives of Africa, no other. we hear that Africans or Creoles revere, consult, and abhor them. And this is what is important. To these oracles they resort with the most implicit faith upon all occasions, whether for the cure of disorders, obtaining of revenge for injuries or insults, conciliating a favor, discovering punishment of the thief or adulterer, and the prediction of future events. This is Obeah in its ideal. From there, we get witchcraft, we get people giving people Bigfoot, we get jealousy, we get everything that's bad about us has been loaded into that word. I want the people who are here and who are watching to understand something. We say that Unuchi is a bridge between the academy and the people. There is I know of no study of Obeah that finds it wholly negative. There is no, I'm talking about the people who are Western educated with their PhDs, their masters, their whatever. In the academy, Obeah is not a bad thing. People who go to school and have their degrees know this. Obeah is still criminalized. There's no study that says that it is reported as healing and protection. Why is it that our scholars have done this work and it sits in the universities and we still have Obeah criminalized in Jamaica? This is a big problem. Why can't we transfer what we have learned to effect change in our societies? There is no study of Obeah that calls it bad. You need to know that when the preacher is preaching out there and saying it's witchcraft, if he went and spoke to somebody who did the research, they would tell him no. Jeff, could I have the force field for the wheel with the 4? So basically we heard this morning that from SMO, the Dibia is many things. But there are really 4 types, because 4 basic fundamental types of Dibia or Obeah. And they relate, in all societies it's the same thing. They relate to the cardinal directions, and they relate to the forces of the universe. So east is fire, because that's where the sun rises. That's just automatic and foundational and natural. We have north, which we give to water. We have west we give to air, and we have south that we give to earth. These are the 4 gospels. These are the 4 archangels. These are, in every culture, this 4, which is Fa, orders their lives. The difference between other cultures and the Igbo culture or West African culture is you're talking about foundational energies. When people are saying, how can these people do this thing? How can they see? They're grounded. They've ordered their lives. Okay, it looks like I'm not going to get these images, that we're having a problem with them. So listen, even though I'm tired, let me try and explain. Here we go. This is basic, this is foundational. There's no such thing as the Christian cross. Nobody owns the cross. The cross is pan-human, because we all live on earth and we're all oriented. All right. So here we are. 4 basic types of Dibia. Dibia Afa. That's the woman with the PhD, because Bia means to come. You divine, you know what was before, you know what's happening now, you know what is to come. Bia means to come. You can't come unless you leave somewhere. So this Dibia Afa, in very literal terms, is able to know what is coming and what is going. It's simple. It's not rocket science. Because all you're doing is walking on earth. You came here today. You left your home. So when you were leaving, your child may have said to you where you're going. One example of that in terms of place names. You notice a lot of nations, because we have divided ourselves into, end with Bia. Nubia is the place where people are welcome. Gambia, literally, if you separate it into 3 syllables, is I go, I come. This is why I said in my seminar, there's no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Because even in English, to be is to exist. And to exist is to come and to go. There's nothing else that you're doing. You're always leaving somewhere, going somewhere. This is the man or the woman who is revered. He's in the East. You can hear it in all the songs that we sing. We have not lost that memory about rising with the East. Then, so this is the diviner. Down here you have Dibio Ogu, which is the herbalist, right? You go to Jamaica now and say, roots man, but you not call him Obeah. Him not take the name there. It's fundamental. Do you know that there were enslaved Africans who bought their freedom, their knowledge of herbs? They were paid for their knowledge, which has gone into modern pharmacopoeia, but we get no credit. Ogu, that is the herbalist. So when you see the roots man, you can't call him Dibia and big him up. Him don't know himself. Epistemicide, the killing of knowledge, is deliberate. Unuchi Foundation is about knowledge reparation. We're trying to bridge that gap. We're repairing some things. We're respelling some things. So that's the herbalist. And then up there now you have the Rastaman like Bob. Incantations. The man who can chant. Sound, the use of sound and music to heal. This is also the man who is, or the woman who is responsible for sacrifices. Here in Jamaica, we don't do sacraments that way. We have left it to the Christian institution, the biggest pedophile institution in the world, to do our sacraments. Now this is the thing. You see this side over here? Nisi means poison. So I'm saying we have 4 basic types of healers, but we have defined ourselves by the thing that is the worst in us. We have defined ourselves by the thing that is the worst in us. When Christians are defining themselves, they don't talk about what priests do to children and women. They talk about Jesus' love. We should begin to affirm these 3 aspects of our practice. If we affirm them, we will have less of Dibianisi. The British confessed their desacralization and corruption of African culture. They said that the conditions of slavery were such that it forced the Africans to use the power of Obi against each other. We haven't stopped doing that. Obeah, Obeah. The British obeyed Obeah. When you're hungry, what are you going to do? You're going to find something to eat. Then they say you become a thief. We were fighting. We used poisons against them. This is why you had absentee landlords. They couldn't stay. They came. We poisoned them. This is the ability. Air is invisible. to send either malevolence or benevolence through the air. So when we're talking about Obeah in Jamaica and we say Obeah man and we mean it negatively, this is the energy that we're talking about. We should stop using it to define the entire tradition. And this man over here or woman over here who is sending poisons isn't always negative. We can say that it's equivocal because retaliatory justice, which we were practicing against our enslavers, it was poison to them, but it was sweet food to us. So we should be careful about how we frame ourselves. Now that we know that we have 4 foundational types, let us begin to qualify the use of the word. When we spell it Obeah, let us say, maybe we use it for these 3. And when we want to spell it the British way, we put it over there. I don't have time. We have a calendar that represents these 4 dibias and these 4 energies. As I said before, you can download it. Jeff, could I have at least 1 image of the calendar to make a point? And I'm gonna leave it there. I'm just saying, other religious practices, to the extent that we use the word, do not define themselves in negative terms. Stop using the worst aspect of yourself to define you. It is the 8th month. We start at the equinox because, as SMO said, we're divided in 2. We're spirit and we're human. The left side is given to the spirit, the right side is given to the human. So we start at the spring equinox and we continue. 4 market days, the Igbo say, we're Madu. We're not born in sin and iniquity. We are Madu. We're beautiful beings. And we are here on market day. What does that mean? As you saw those 4, we're trading. East trades with west, north trades with south. We are trading energies towards our best self, which is defined as God. Your best self is your God. We're here on market day. Teach us the number of days that we may apply ourselves unto wisdom. So we have 13 months in the Igbo calendar, not 12 because it's equilunar. That is to say, it starts at the March equinox and it does the 28 days of the moon cycle, average. So we get 13 months. We have 7 weeks of 4 days. As we can see, today is Monday the 28th. It's the 26th day of the month and the 222nd day of the calendar, of the year. 4 days to a week, 7 weeks to a month, 91 weeks in the year. And I'm just going to pause quickly. The number. Oguafo means that which counts the year or year count. The binary computer, and this is what I'm going to end with. I'm going to tell you a story these people wrote down. Dibia said to them, a boatload of, a ship is coming. And he told them exactly how many whites were on the ship, how many blacks, what else was on the ship. He told them when the ship was going to arrive. They killed him. And the ship arrived on the exact day with the exact contents he described. How did he know? We are the original computer. The ability to count. This also represents the system of 4. 4 by 4, the best 4 by 4 by far. The foundational 4 by 4. The alpha system, 4 by 4 because you have 4 limbs. Each individual has 4 limbs. But when something stands, something else stands beside it. So you always have a binary. This is why 8 is the number of infinity, right? So the ship came, and it had everything on it, and there was no International Space Station. Everybody on their phones, boo, 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 boo. But the Dibia, the Obeah, the Yoruba practitioner, all who was doing that, nobody pays them any mind. It's the same, the basic unit of a computer. You start with 16. You're always doubling it. 32, right? How many gigs you go and buy on your iPhone? 64, and then you double it. This is the alpha. This is the original organic computer, which when we start teaching next year, when you come to our classes, we will teach you why and how the Dibia knew what he knew if you qualify. I'm just making a point that this calendar, these systems that we have in West Africa were computer systems that were organic, and that the modern computer, what has given you yourself? This man, how did our Dibias know what they knew? They were accessing. Why is your phone, that word bit, we're coming back to the B again, the bit and the bytes and the B and the biology, that B cognate always says something about life. So it's the biology, life, bibliography, book, learning. What's the one for when you die? Never mind. All right, it slips me. BBB, all of the B's that you can find in English, you will see that there's some correlation to do with life, which is to walk the earth, right, as human beings. I hope I haven't jumbled too far, but I want to end by saying, come to the website. This is the first year. The ancestors insisted it be done this year because this year is supposed to be the end of the decade of African peoples. I'm glad we were able to pull it off, thanks to all the people who Fatima will equally thank later, whom I don't remember. But next year will be better. And we're partnering with SMO, the Odinala Institute, to teach you. People will be able to access courses. And we're also going to be at the Institute of Caribbean Studies at UWI. We're organizing a program for people who want to learn more without being initiated, just basic knowledge of Obeah. So what we're saying is that Obeah means to come, Dibia means master of wisdom and knowledge, Obeah means the master of wisdom and knowledge who travels. Obeah is the traveling doctor, full stop, no comma, no dash. Thank you.
All right, let's give thanks. Hold on, Dr. Claudette Anderson. What if someone has a question? Does anyone?
I'll answer it seated.
Does anyone have? There's a chair. There's a chair on the stage. She walks off the stage.
No.
Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Anderson?
See.
Hold on. Let me before you ask your question. Let me see if anyone have any question. I want to make sure. All right.
We have homeopathic medicine in Jamaica. And we had it long time on like my grandmother's time, where people give you medicine.
You talking herbs?
Bush.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right.
Bush medicine. Mm-hmm.
Bush. I remember I was in the hospital to be cut.
Is that a question or are you talking? You get into it? We don't want a story, we don't have the time. Mother love, but we don't have it's a question, ask a question.
Okay, the question is that would you consider
homeopathy? That is the one at the south. That's the Ogu.
Okay.
Ogu.
Thank you.
Which also means knowledge. Knowledge is medicine and medicine is knowledge. Love, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. If you have questions, we're still adding people to the WhatsApp group. Can we give it up for Dr. Claudette A. Anderson one more time? Yes. They would like an elaboration on water in the north. Can you give a 2-sentence?
You know the word oriental? Where you orient yourself. In Igbo, that's Orie and Nta, which means small water. The Igbo say, we are those who came with the flood. All mammals come through the amniotic fluid. Where you say the woman water broke when she giving birth. So you orient yourself north, because that's, in a sense, you coming through water. So this is where the aquatherapy is. And you've heard it, mommy water, the mermaid, etc. The female healer in the waters, either the sea, the oceans, the spring. And so basically what you're talking about is aquatherapy. And you know that we give a lot of sacrifices to water. And we do a lot of the baptism, the christening, and all of that. So it's a way of orienting yourself, acknowledging that you came through water, and yeah, we use water with sound to heal at that level, this most basic level, north. Does that answer your question? Thanks, okay.
All right, thanks. And if you sign up for the classes, you can learn more. And actually, the application is done. So the calendar app is finished. So by the end of the day, if you are in the WhatsApp link, you will be able to get access to the actual calendar. He texts me. We've been texting since you've been up here. So the app that Dr. Anderson is talking about with the calendar that you can download and have more information will actually be in the WhatsApp group. The link is on the YouTube page in the comments. If you go to the YouTube Institute of Jamaica, you can find the link for the app. All right, one more time for Dr. Anderson, please. All right, so I'm gonna tell a story because I guess storytelling is a part of the conference. So our next presenter, Mr. Alex, is an amazing spirit because his information was put into the chat when we started talking about having people come. Someone was like, have you heard the video? And they posted your YouTube video in the chat, right? And I wasn't in Jamaica yet, so we didn't know you. We came up to Nanny Town, and ended up, he was right next door the entire time. And come to find out, not is what he's just right next door, but a wealth of information, an advocate for decriminalizing Obeah. He's an agriculturist. He does a lot of work with UE and is an amazing being. He is also a true-born Windward Maroon, and I'm gonna ask Mr. Alex to come up here. He's going to be talking to us today about Maya, and it being the first religion in Jamaica. And if you don't know this beautiful being, please follow him, listen to him, and we look forward to giving the information. Everyone, give it up for Mr. Alex.
Greetings, one and all. Greetings, peace and love, blessings, all of those things. This is a very special day for me personally because I have been at the heels of the Ministry of Culture, the Minister of Culture, tagging them incessantly on social media posts because as far as I'm concerned, we are supposed to have total freedom of religion in Jamaica based on the Constitution of Jamaica, right? So one of the most important things for me beginning this conversation is to remember the ancestors who went before us, right? The immense sacrifice of our ancestors, the immense, the love that they had for their people and for themselves and for their traditions, their heritage, their culture, and for the new generations that they did not know. Because even Grandi Nanny said that she was fighting for the rising generations. And so, simple libation. for all our ancestors, known and unknown, every one of them, every bit of them, every last one of them. So, basically, I've heard people mention certain ancestors. I've heard people mention Grandy Nanny. I've heard people mention Taki. I've heard Sam Sharp. I've heard a lot of names, but one very important name is missing always, and that is Jack Mansang, Three Finger Jack. And I choose to remember him now because even from last night, I felt that urge. And the thing is that he is called by Jamaican history a thief, a robber, a rapist. But the fact is that this was a man that was defending his people. This was a man that knew that at all costs that his people should be defended, that their ways should be honored and respected. So I remember him especially, the master of the Blue Mountains. You know, he was not just a random man, but he was carrying out the work of the ages, from what is called the First Maroon War until his time. He was fighting for his people. But I am actually here today to speak about a very interesting section of the Obeah Act. So I think by the second or third line, it says that Mayalism should be considered one in the same as Obeah, right? And it is not, Mayal is not defined, and it is called Mayalism, but our people call it Mayal, which means spirit. And this is the spirit that is within all of us, that is the spirit that is within nature, the spirit that is within every tree, every rock, every river, every sacred space. However, what is not known is that Mayal finds its roots in the first people of this archipelago, because Jamaica is not an island. Jamaica is a chain of islands, and our ancestors knew all of these things. Mayal started with the first people of this land, and their resistance has always been a spiritual one. Because for all indigenous people, spirituality, warfare, love, food, healing, all come from the same source. We don't recognize any kind of disjointed way of looking at our lives. And so warfare to protect, warfare to struggle for the rights of the people was considered a sacred duty. And so Mayal is influenced by the Semi, the Lokono Arawak spiritual tradition. It is also recognized that it is influenced by Dibia, the way of the Igbo people. But it's also influenced by Akom, of the Akan people. And it is also influenced by Kumina, of the Bongo people from the Congo region that are in St. Thomas. We recognize that Jamaica has always been seen as the land of wood and water, right? These are the most dominant elements. There are no deserts in Jamaica. We're a land of abundance. And from that indigenous root, we have always revered certain places as sacred sites. Particular water features, the seaside, the sea coast, the rivers, lakes, whatever, water has always been sacred. And the forest, particular trees, especially the cotton tree, has always been sacred for us. And in academic discussion, we have to look at the cotton tree, because in academic discussion, it is seen as a replacement for trees that African people saw as sacred. But it was not a replacement. The cotton tree was always sacred in and of itself to the first people of this land. When the Africans arrived, they were greeted by people. They were met with love by people who were already here. And those traditions, because of course the Africans came to a place that they had never been in many cases. Not to say that Africans did not come here before, because as Dr. Anderson showed us, African people have always had an understanding of mathematics, direction, travel. These were always traditions of indigenous people the world over. And so when it comes on to the sacredness of the cotton tree, our people understood this. Our people knew this simply because there was an interchange of ideas, an interchange of knowledge and spiritual traditions between the African and the Lokono Arawak Island Arawak people of this land. And so we remember those first ancestors, no matter what. Doctor also mentioned the mastery of herbs. Many of the herbs used by our local people are endemic herbs that grow nowhere else. And so how would people from another land know these herbs and their uses, even their spiritual uses, if they did not make a linkage with the first people? And this is our oral history. As practitioners of Jamaica's oldest religion, Mayal, this is a part of our oral history, that we have two roots, the African and of course the Arawak. With colonization came a terrible spiritual, religious war. The Crusades came to Jamaica, came to the Caribbean with colonization. Christopher Columbus brought the Crusades, the Inquisition, massive oppression of indigenous and tribal religion. And it is very important to note that even though the British are separated from what the Spanish did, it was one and the same, because really and truly the Spanish and the British at the time of initial colonization and colonial contact were under one construct. That's the Roman Catholic construct. King Henry VIII hadn't come along and decided to make this split and call it the Anglican Church. The fact of the matter is that our people have always been fighting against one particular brand of oppression, and that there is one ruler of all men. And that first ruler was Saint Peter, and then every pope after that was the ruler of all men. No matter who you were, no matter your tradition, that was the belief that they brought to our shores. And this is what influenced the Obeah Act. This is what caused this thing called the Obeah Act. Because at the end of the day, they realized, those people invading us realized that there was a galvanizing force, something that was bringing us all together, and that was our traditions, our spirituality, or as they say, religion. And when I say religion, I mean religion as a community activity, spirituality on a community level, and that is the organization of spirituality, not religion as a divisive tool. I had intended to read out some of the text of some of the documents that the Pope used to authorize the colonization of the West, the colonization of lands like Jamaica. It's a bit long, and I know that time is against us. But I urge you all, when you get a chance, please, to read Papal Bull Inter Cetera from 1493, written by Alexander VI, Pope of Rome. Because if you would really read some of these texts, you would realize that this has never been a war just for the sake of war. This has always been a war against tradition and against our indigenous modalities and spiritualities. There is a very interesting document, though, and I might look into this, and that is the requirement, requirimiento, from 1510. And this document was to be read anytime the Spanish arrived on the shores of a new place. And it says, just in the beginning, I'll just read the beginning. On behalf of the king and queen, subjugators of barbarous peoples, we, their servants, notify and make known to you as best as we are able that God, our Lord, living and eternal, created the heavens and earth, and a man and a woman, of whom you and we and all peoples of the world were and are the descendants. Because of the great numbers of people who have come from the union of these two in the 5,000 years, which have run their course since the world was created, it became necessary that some should go in one direction and others should go in another. Thus they became divided into many kingdoms and provinces, since they could not all remain or sustain themselves in one place. This was the beginning of this document that was read when the Spanish and any other colonizer arrived on these shores. And if you remember, subjugators of barbarous people, and this is how they looked at our people. This is how they looked at our traditions. This document is the root of the Obeah Act, and this is what we're advocating against, because at the end of it all is nothing but racism. It's nothing but prejudice. It's nothing but the supremacy of one over another. The Obeah Act is not rooted in any kind of care for humanity or for any want for people to be free and protected. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with the fact that they could not subjugate our ancestors who practiced their traditional religion, and they had to study deeply on a psychological level to discover what was it that no matter what we did to these people, no matter how we beat them, no matter how we reprogrammed their minds, no matter what artifact we took away from them, they continued to fight. And it was because of their traditions, their spirituality. When I say Mayal, I made it clear and I quantified that all these great nations have contributed to this rich tapestry that is the original Jamaican spiritual tradition. And I must make it abundantly clear that when all these various people, some of whom had never seen each other before, came together in one place, it was Mayal that was the common ground, because the Africans discovered very quickly amongst the Arawak people, the Lokona Arawak people, that their beliefs were the same. Their understanding of earth, nature, human life, and human nature itself was the same. And so they were able to create a seamless bond. And that, for me personally, is what Mayal represents. And from the get-go, there has been a Mayal war that has been being waged from the time of the Spanish to now. And it really heated up in 1655 when the British came. And they saw a side that they weren't expecting, because they thought that when the Spanish were moved away, that they would have an easy time to conquer our land. But they realized that the real owners were here, ready to stand up, ready to fight. So from 1655 to this present moment, we are plagued. We are plagued by religious intolerance, by spiritual intolerance. And so there's a lot that has to be left unsaid due to time. But I want to once again thank everyone here who has had the courage to show your face at a place like this. Because once you say Obeah, everybody shuts down, right? Everybody clams up. And even when you start to explain, you can see the Jesus wheel turning in their mind, right? And so we see this as a starting point. And I hope and pray that, it won't stop here. And I know time is against us, but I'd like to just make some recommendations. It will be quick. Oh yeah. Okay, fine. Thank you, everyone. Peace and love.
Hold on. Are you willing to take a question?
Sure. Anybody has any
Does anyone
question?
have a question here? Mr. Sidney, here you go.
How are you, my brother?
I'm well, I'm well.
Has the knowledge, the part of the knowledge that refers to the herbs, the practice of the herbs, has that knowledge been kept alive? Is it being passed down, and is it being practiced? And if so, where?
Well,
and is it documented?
Well, I am an embodiment of that. I'm only 33 years old, and that's what I live by, right? I've been studying since I was about 10, right, in various traditions, and then when I returned to my my father's root in Moortown, I was lucky to be taken up by a great elder, you know, and for 5 years I studied under him. And yes, the tradition still does exist. And it is not written, no. And it is not written for two reasons. And it is because, number one, no one has yet done it, right? There have been attempts, but they've mostly been by foreigners. But the best attempt, the best local attempt is Evelyn Harris, right, who is maroon from the Rio Grande Valley, where you were, right? And the other issue is the secrecy ethic that is amongst our people, right? However, once our tradition gets a push, right, gets funding, gets recognition, then we can pass it the way it is to be passed with oral tradition to the next generation.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Everybody else good? Yes, Queen.
So greetings.
Greetings.
I have a little question on the last part where you said, because you said that, oh, you hear me better now? Okay.
Perfectly now.
You were saying that the reason why the tradition is kept secret. Could you repeat what you just said, please?
No, I was saying that one of the reasons why it's not written is because there is a strong secrecy ethic amongst most practitioners, whether in maroon communities or outside. And one of the main reasons for this is because our tradition is a militant tradition, right? So we do have all of the various levels of balance that originally existed in many of the African traditions and the Lokona Arawak tradition. But unfortunately, because of what was taking place here, we had to dwell on a more unbalanced,
I get my question back. So at the end you said that in order for the reason why it's not been pushed so much is because you don't have the funding, and when funding would come and more recognition of the tradition, it would be easier. But then my question is like, why are you as a community waiting on having funding? Why can't you fund it yourself?
Let me make this perfectly clear.
All right.
Christianity, okay, as it was pushed in Jamaica, it's like a virus. And you have to understand it was done purposely. Not saying that the traditional Christianity, in whatever form it wasn't a philosophy of love, etc. But what was brought to Jamaica and other Caribbean islands was like a big eraser, right? Like a big rubber. It was meant to just rub out everything that was there and replace it completely. So there was never any room left. So even in maroon communities now, there is some remnant of the original spirituality, yes. But especially when the Adventists and the Pentecostals came into our communities, there was literally physical harm that was meted out by teachers to students, by parents to children, and it became an issue of pain or just going along with it. So this is the situation that we have today.
All right. So I would love to answer questions, but we have to keep going just because of time. Forgive us, but can we give it up for Alex one more time, please? Give thanks. Time, we're just, this man-made concept of time, we don't have this space all afternoon, so we have to be we have to honor the human beings that work here and let them go home and let them eat and, you know, do all those things. The next presentation is actually going to be virtual. Is he online? 2 minutes? What? Dr. Zulke? Zulike, Dr. Zulike. All right. Dr. Zulike, it's the same one. Okay. All right. Dr. Zulike will be talking about the 4 Divya. And then after that, we'll take another 5-minute break, and we should be back on time for the square table at 3:30. As soon as he comes on, we will begin. I want to say yes because I want to please everybody, but the person that's coordinating is going to say no because we have to stay on time. And we don't want to get him started and then he has to stop. Only reason. Yes. She wanted to see if there's anybody has found program notes with Allison's name on the back. She's looking for her program with Allison's name on the back. All right. And are you here? Can you hear us? Can we see him? We just heard him though. We heard him, but we can't see him? All right. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear with you.
All
Just
right.
a moment. I don't hear. Go give. Can't see them. Good to see them. Hello. Yeah, Dr. Zulike Tumuba is on. Yes.
We can hear you. We can see you now. You can begin.
Yeah, good evening. Well, greetings from Nigeria. This is, can I go on?
Yes, you can begin. You can begin.
Okay. Yes.
You
I
can.
can start off the presentation, right?
Correct. You can begin. Jeff, can you put in the chat that he can begin? I don't know why he can't hear me.
Yeah. Greetings, everyone. This is a paper presented by Chief Dr. Zulike Tumuba, PhD, on the occasion of Respelling, Obeah.
You have
Table Conference, Institute of Jamaica, IOG. Greetings to all the participants. For Obeah Spectacle Conference.
Can you put in the chat that?
I bring greeting also from the palace of Eze A.E. Chukwuemeka Eri, Akajiofo Iduweri Kingdom. All of you, may God continue to lead and guide us. My topic for today is DBA, its classification, and the need for association of DBA. Permit me to briefly speak on DBA na Obeah. I want to begin my speech here for obvious reason. Igbo home and in the diaspora are the same, though separated by circumstances. We are coming together as one indivisible family very, very soon.
All right, we're working on his technical difficulties. He's not hearing us right now, so we're trying to work it out. Can you hear me? You are having feedback, so we can't understand you. We're getting feedback because you're on two separate devices. Would you mind, if you're going to be on one phone, be on one phone because we can't hear you. We haven't heard anything that you said. There's so much breakup.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you better now, yes.
Is it better now?
Yes, it is. Is this better for you all? It's not way better, but it's
good.
better.
Okay.
Try again, please.
I am Chief Dr. Zulak Chonwuba.
No, it's still
PhD.
not. No, it's still bad feedback.
The paper is still bad?
Yeah, the feedback is bad. Can you turn, is the volume on both of your devices? Can you speak again, please?
No.
Say it one more time, please.
Is it better now?
No. All right.
Can you hear me better now?
No, sir. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to pause on you to figure you out, if you don't mind. No. All right, while we figure out, would you mind, Alex, if there's people who have questions, would you mind answering their questions while we figure out our technical difficulties? I feel like people will remember their questions. Does anybody remember their questions for Alex? All right, we're gonna go in order right here.
Dr. Alex, I was kind of hoping to hear about the spiritualist side of Mayal. I may be wrong, so this is the place to have all my questions answered. I always thought that when you're possessed by an evil spirit, or somebody put an evil spirit on you, of course, from the work of Obeah, I was hoping we get into some of that, because that is the big scare for everybody about Obeah, that it would be the Mayal man to take it off, to take off the bad spirit, that kind of healing. So I'm wondering, what are all the kinds of healing practiced in Mayal?
Well, of course, anything that is negative that affects the human being is addressed by our different modalities of healing. So, of course, you have the very basic one, which is herbs, right? Then you have cleansing with water, right? Then you have direct spiritual intervention, because I think it was Dr. Anderson that said that, you know, no one really does sacrifice anymore, but I am from a very ancient tradition, and we still do maintain sacrifice, right?
But that's the kill goat and chicken.
Sure. But I wouldn't say kill goat and chicken, because at the end of the day, all life is sacred, and there has to be a recognition that this one that is being offered, right, is being offered with a particular understanding, right? So we don't just kill, right? So really and truly, there are many different modalities of healing, just depending on your issue. So there is a belief that Obeah and Mayal are completely different. But consider this, Mayal is like an umbrella, right? And under Mayal, you're going to have Obeah, you're going to have Jankono, you're going to have the Cromanti, have the Maroons, you're going to have the Kumina, have the Bongo people. If you go to each of these groups of people and you say Mayal, they know exactly what you mean, right? Because widely, Mayal is considered to be the mountain of the consciousness by a spirit. But it's way more than that, right? But if I were to get into that part, we'd need a whole another hour just for that. But if that's putting it in, if that helps you.
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Sure.
Give thanks. Does anyone else have any questions? All right, we're. All right, so you already asked? All right. No, but we want to make sure people online
Okay. There's a difference between Mayelism and revivalism?
All right, so the first thing that I want to say to that is the Mayelism thing. Mayal is a standalone word, right? First thing, right? Revival is a child of Mayal, in that because of the oppression of the 1760 Act against the irregular assemblies of slaves, right? You have a situation where they had to blend, or as I say, syncretize with Christianity. So in order to hide their traditional beliefs, the ancestors used Christianity to cover it over. And that's where revival came in. Right? So there is no real difference except for that.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm satisfied.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to 1, 2, any more questions? 3, so 4. 4 more questions, and then we're going to move on. So 15 minutes after the hour, we're going to move on, yeah? We're just going to go down the road.
Yes, Bridget, I'm not sure whether you covered it or not, but certainly like the body of knowledge includes not only how to use the herbs, but how to discover, how to gather knowledge, right?
I was told to come to the front. Now go all the way up there again, but yeah. Fine. Fine. Everybody can see me now? Right. All right. I might beside it, you know. All right, fantastic. Queen, please.
All right, yes. So I'm just curious about ways of knowing, you know? How do you gather your information? I know sometimes it's direct, intuitive gathering. And to what extent are you speaking to the herbs or listening? And then, of course, there's handing down by the elders, from the elders. And you know, association of, oh, well, this has a blue flower, and it looks like this organ, so therefore it might be for the... So can you explain to me the ways of knowing epistemology?
So when it comes down to Jamaican traditional spirituality, one of the main ways of knowing is dreams, right? And when people say intuitively, I think it's a new age term that somewhat trivializes the depth of our culture. And so when we say intuitively, it's like you say, oh, this looks like it will help me. But when we say the importance of dreams, right? So all nature is governed by spirits that are in charge of different elements of nature. And so once you have shown and deemed yourself worthy, right, through consistent work in any field, really and truly, but especially in the spiritual field, once you spent enough time in nature, once you decide that you're going to take off your shoes and you're going to, just be there some of the time, you will eventually start to hear the voice of nature, right? So whether your ancestors noticing that you need some particular healing, they will come to you and say, use this bush, right? Or the spirit of the plant itself might appear to you and say, this is what I do, right? So this is one of the main ways of knowing. Now, the idea that some herbs look like a particular organ, etc., I don't put much stock in that, and this is because our ancestors didn't believe in surgery, so they had no reason to tear open the body and the skin and thing to look inside of it. The ancestors were directly guided by the spirits of the land, the water, the air, the fire, directly, right? Because those spirits have sustained the earth for much longer than we have been here. So they have always guided. And then the body of knowledge, which is now being called by the new age, the Akashic record, or, these various things, it was mentioned by the preeminent priest earlier that, this is within our DNA, right? This is within us, and we are our ancestors, and our ancestors are us. So within even traditional Maroon setting, reincarnation is a big thing. And so we don't believe the European concept of birth, which is coming into a separate existence. We're not separate from our ancestors at all. And so any knowledge that the ancestors had, then the child will have. So the Maroon say, conjure seed now last. So conjure seed is the renter. Renter yam, wild yam? Yeah, after a time it grows to a point where it bear a seed, and that seed drop off and it grow again. So conjure seed now last. Foul foot never kill him picking, conjure seed now last. So the fowl, the parent will never trample upon the child, right? And this knowledge is eternal. None is a chromanti, no ending. So, yeah, hope that answers your question.
We have a question. Hold on. There was a hand over here we haven't heard from.
All right, thank you for your time and being able to answer questions. I have a question about, you said that, you started off by pointing out that the Obeah Act doesn't differentiate between Obeah and Mayal, and it says that they're the same. And it sounds like what you're saying is that you agree with that you recognize that, that both are equal or parts of the same, or two sides of the same coin,
Pretty
kind
much,
of.
yes.
Can you talk a little bit more about that, especially given some of the points that were raised in the room too, thinking about how Kumina drumming can get you into Mayal. So how is it like Obeah or isn't it like Obeah?
So essentially, we know that when these traditions, when the separate traditions from, for example, different African nations came to Jamaica, they were separate traditions. But because of the shared experience, because of the necessity to come together for war, for the war of protection, the war of liberation, they had to come under one umbrella, right? And the word that was chosen as that umbrella was Mayal, which means spirit, okay? So Obeah became the individual spiritual practice. So the Mayal man was also an Obeah man, meaning that he also mixed potions, as they call it. He made herbal medicine, he gave advice, he did divination, all of those various things, right? So he did individual spiritual work, but the work of Mayal is community, right? So the drumming, the going to various sacred sites and revering the spirits there, right? And I know that I am in Ministry of Culture territory. And if there are any Ministry of Culture people in here today, I'd like to say I have been barred from night ritual at the Blue Lagoon, and I'd like that to change, please. I don't know who is hearing. I've been written by them, right, to say that I can't go. But all of these things are very important. Certain waterfalls, certain lagoons, all of these places, mountain tops, cotton trees, etc., have always been sacred. And so that community aspect, right? And so Jankono also falls there as well, which is the community procession, which is supposed to cleanse the community, right? At the end of one year to begin the new year, right? So originally, the Jankono procession would go around the community, and the Mayal man would lead the community with the sacrificial animal. The sacrificial animal was to remove all of the negativity, clear the community, right? And then it is offered after, right? So that is the Mayal is the community format, the umbrella of the community. You're
Thank
welcome.
you. Let me just have you turn around a bit. I just put this up while you were speaking. These are the basic 8 emanations of Obeah as they occurred on Jamaican soil, starting from 1517 when the first Africans landed. And as the Ezra said this morning, our clock goes left. So we starting with Chromante, which is basically the Maroon community, because once the British landed, we started running. And then Mayal.
We didn't run.
Okay, fighting. We started fighting. Sorry. Have me excused. And so these are the basic 8 emanations. As we can see, so the question about Mayal and Christian Mayal. So 1784 is George Lyle.
You see this date here? Sorry to cut you for coming up. It's wrong.
That's fine. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll correct it.
Okay.
But you see that 1784?
Yes.
That's George Lyle landing in Jamaica with his spirit baptism. And so that mixed with the Mayal. And, you know.
So this is why Sam Sharp was called Daddy Sharp.
Yes.
Right? Because the rightful title would have been Tata.
Yes.
Right? Our father.
Yes.
Right? So what I'm saying is, we're looking at a procession of dates, but this was a journey through the oppression of Christianity. And so the different incarnations, right, happen because of oppression. Right? So we are under one umbrella still, but the issue is oppression, which is what we're here to advocate against.
Yes, I have a question, but my question is not really for you. My question is for you.
Okay. So should I give her the mic?
So earlier when you were talking, you were if I understood it correctly, you said that Obeah is positive and witchcraft is from your perspective negative.
Oh, not at all. I mean, these things that we say are bad are equivocal. One man's meat is another man's poison. We're here today because the British thought that, it's the same thing he's talking about, pagan. It's a matter of perspective. Witchcraft isn't bad if you define a witch as somebody who is able to manipulate energies. Then that person either manipulates for good or bad. So you have a knife. You can use it to eat or you can stab with it and kill somebody. So it's the equivocation of these terms that we tend not to understand, because the oppression of the Christ culture has separated us from understanding, and we understand things in this stark binary that really doesn't exist, right? So no. Adibia was saying that there was a man in Nigeria who said that there's no such thing as witchcraft, and he went to his bed and woke up in the field the next morning. So, you know, witchcraft does exist. You can use it to do stuff like that, to disprove somebody. Oh, I don't exist? All right, let me see. I'm just going to transport you while you're sleeping. So Yeah, these terms are equivocal. It depends on what angle you take them from. Mr. Eze has had his hand up for quite some time. Let us have him respond.
I have a question for you, my brother. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. So I've been listening to you, and my spirit has been rising just from the energy that I feel. Just like when Christians are having their crusades and, someone feels
The Holy
something,
Spirit.
feels something and starts speaking in tongues.
Yes, yes.
I was beyond that. I felt something very profound. And it comes from your energy, from your understanding of the things you are saying. It's very deep. And I know that you can't have that if you were not prepared. And I think that was one of the first things you acknowledged, yes, that you were prepared. I was over-prepared too, myself.
Yes.
I have a lot of mentors, a lot of people who groomed me, and they were strategically placed around me. So my question would be, do you understand that there are many of our kind, and they may not have the kind of access that we had? And how do you intend to prepare them for their own journey? Someone asked you a question, you talked about funding, the need for funding, and your response again, very apt, because when people ask you, why are people in your community not funding you? I like the way you answered it. Who wants to fund you?
Nobody.
That what you're doing is not even resonating with your environment. So, but I still want to understand this could have been a question I can ask later, but I'm still throwing it up here so that you talk to the audience, but those who are watching virtually. What are you doing to get another of our kind? Because this information that you have is supposed to be in the hands of our generation. But we have to start early to prepare the grounds for the 5-year-old, for the 3-year-old to key into this. Again, we'll talk later, my brother.
We will, brother. So, I am young, 33 years old. Hopefully I have a lot more time left, right? I still feel young, right? Yes, but the point that I was putting out there was that I am using something that young people love, and that is social media. So on both Instagram and TikTok, my handle Alex Mile Priest, right? I've been using social media as best as I can to give short, simple, straightforward lessons on history, on spirituality itself, and an outlook of world affairs through that spiritual lens. Because what I'm trying to do is to show that this tradition of ours, Mayal, is a complete tradition, and that everything that we grew up with that was called superstition is valid in terms of a lexicon or in terms of a body of knowledge. So for example, we have a great preeminent storyteller with us, Amina Blackwood Meeks, and what she has been doing since I was born, right, is very important, because we don't have a Bible, right? But our Bible is the oral tradition, the Anansi story, the various stories that we have, the various sayings that we have is our Bible. So my work has been to show people that we have been living this spiritual life from inception, right? So country people, your knowledge is spiritual, it is deep, has always been cosmological, you know? So that is what I've been doing, right? And it has brought me here. So I guess it's working out. Thank you.
All right, let's give it, no, wait. So let's give it up for Alex. All right, good, one more time for Alex answering questions. You can clap again one more time. Thank you. All right, so we've been behind all day, all right? And we're finally caught up. So we are getting into the square table, which is next at 3:30. So we're gonna prepare and bring everyone on who is going to be a part of the square table. I'm going to invite you to just come up here, and we are going to get a sub. That means if you need to use the bathroom, you need to grab some water, please do so. And you have about 5 to 6 minutes. We'll get started 30 minutes after the hour. So everyone who's going to be on the square table, if you don't mind coming up here so I can get you situated, please. All right. What? Yeah, you're not going to use the table. Right.
I don't know whether you noticed as you were going to and from the washroom, but I went outside and I saw things covered under some paper, and I lift up the paper and it was sweet things to eat. So if you would like a sweet thing, a biscuit or a sandwich, I believe that those out there, see there, are intended for this room.
All right, all right, all right. And we're back. All right, so this is the last panel part of the conference. This is an interactive portion, so we're going to hear from our panelists, and it's going to be led by Dr. Amina Blackwood Meeks, storyteller and cultural activist, will guide us through a conversation around the decriminalization of Obeah, the impacts of decriminalizing it, and what we can do next. Because this is an action thing, right? So we didn't just come here to learn and to gather. We came here to learn, to gather, and then act. So the next part is being able to talk about stigmatisms, what it means to flow in utilizing Obeah as a practice, and then what will come when we decriminalize it, right? So the idea is they're gonna talk and you'll listen, and we go past the mic for questions after the first round of them answering questions. And we're gonna go until 4:45. All right, so 4:45, I know if you have questions, write them down. We may not be able to get to everyone, and we're also gonna make sure that we get questions from people online. Dr. Amina, so I will come in to ask questions from people online. I know that you all think that we're not paying attention. We are. It's just having to do both. So if you have questions, this would be the time to put them in the chat so we can make sure that we give you all answers from the panelists. All right, so I'm not going to introduce them because they need as much time as they can possibly get. So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Amina, and please give it up for Dr. Amina.
Thank you, Sister Fatima. I just want to be sure of something. The question and answer or the discussion period of this session happens within 3:45. So it isn't that we present until 3:45 and then we have questions. The questions will be within now to the 4:45. My name is Amina Blackwood Meeks, and I'd like my opening statement before the panelists introduce themselves to be an invocation of the late Professor Barry Shevans, who did a significant amount of work on revivalism, but who caused me to think that we live with Obeah, every single one of us inside of this room, live with Obeah in one shape or form. Yes, thank you. Professor Shevans informs us that because our African religions had to go deep underground, we wore the mask. That's the mask as Kamau Brathwaite described mask. We wore the mask of going to church. But if when we get home there is something wrong with the baby, then we get a piece of hasifetita. Or don't give me the correct pronunciation. Just make it go how the Jamaicans, hasifetita. That's what we use. Or we know exactly at which inch to measure the tape measure to put cross the baby crib in case a certain spirit come in for the baby. And then we have all of these stories. And there is one of them that Andrew Mac, somebody from Guyana, his surname will just come back to me. Mac Andrew, yes, Old Haig. When the whole Haig come to suck the baby dry, then we know what to do with the piece of broomstick. But we continue to wear the mask. We talk about it as if it's not we really do it, you know. We know somebody. When it's really we self we're talking about. Or we talk about it as if we are make a little joke. But we know so we're serious. And so that brings us to the fact that there really are many, many different kinds of Jamaicas. And when we say Jamaica don't understand, or Jamaica don't know, then we need to explain ourselves. Which Jamaica are we saying don't understand? And which Jamaica don't know? And why we have to be the interpreters for the Jamaica who don't know and don't really have a positive interest in that which we know. So those are my opening comments. It is my honor to be part. Yes, who want to clap? Clap. It is my honor to be part of this gathering. It is my honor to have been asked, first of all, to help find a venue. And then me realize me in the venue in an active way. So thank you very much. And later this afternoon, I will talk about the impact of my father's revivalism in my becoming a storyteller, and I will share a story about that. So I'm an insider, outsider. I'm a participant observer, and it gives me great pleasure to start at this end in the Jamaican hospitality to give the stranger a chance to come in, my little one, come in. Come into my father's house. Come in, my little one. Come in, my pretty one. Come into my father's house. That's our equivalent of the cola nut. Could you please introduce yourself?
I am Mother, I am Mother Abuchi Gerald Eze. I'm an Igbo man from Nigeria. I'm a research fellow at Nnamdi Azikiwe University, and I'm a performing artist signed on the Fairborn Records, and I have an Academy of Music, which I already talked about, Ichoku Academy, and the focus is to prepare children even better than I have been prepared to take up the performance of Igbo musical instruments. Because once we have that vibration in the air, we will have a fine society. And my opening remarks would be that I come from a culture that believes in doing. If you are Ezeji, you're a master farmer, you do it and we see it. If you are a master musician, you take your time to nurture yourself in the craft, and that is the place of the Dibia, master of something, Diabia, Digi, whatever. So my culture has given me the foundation to grow through the arts and nurture myself properly, anchor myself, and understand the traditions of my people. Because we say, beauty starts from the home and then spreads everywhere. I'm very pleased to be shining beautifully in Jamaica. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
I am Carol Miller. I am a fearful fear, and I'm called by many other names. I'm a student of African spirituality, and I'm very honored to be sitting at this square table. You see how beautiful square it is. To talk with us, to talk even with my own spirit, and to move us further into an understanding of what is a very important part of our history, our culture, and something that, yes, Mother the Great Stone got to move.
You guys know who I am. Dr. Claudette A. Anderson, Obeah.
Oh, you have one. Go ahead.
Everyone hear me? Yes. Okay. I am Alex Mayat, an initiated priest in our Mayal tradition here in Jamaica. I am a tireless advocate for land rights, water rights, conservation of nature, and especially for the abolition of the Obeah Act. And in my opening, I would have to say that the seriousness to which I now take this is because of a vision that I had. I was visited by 8 ancestors that showed me how the original traditional temple must be built, its dimensions, etc. And so I am not putting the cart before the horse, as was done with, let's say, the ganja industry, for example, right? I'm thinking that before the establishment of certain institutions, there has to be proper honoring of our tradition, and that must begin with the abolition of the parasitic Obeah Act. Peace and love.
Okay, good evening. My name is Basil Hutchinson. I am a revivalist. I came through the ranks from being a brother up to the rank of being consecrated, a bishop. I am delighted to be here. For one main reason, the fact that the community that I serve most is the community where, and I will say, the great Alexander Bedward is from, in Augustown.
Iseo.
Pleasant good day to each and everyone. My name is Simon Davis, and I am glad to be a part of this panel. I know I was growing up through spiritual background, which my mother, people know as Miss B. But there was a war between my mother and 2 special spiritual persons, which is Imogen Kennedy, Queen for Kumina, God rest her soul, and Mother Ramsey. They used to take me away timely, as one grabbed me, the other grabbed me. So I've grown up there, and then now learning through the spirit by vision. I'm almost a fireman, see vision through fire. And I was running from it until I met Leader Robinson. Some people know him as Run Come. Say it's time to stop run. So I stop run. And then I meet Dennis Messias, and that's where I start to do my work. God bless you all.
Thank you. Could you keep the microphone, please? Because I want us to pass it this way now. This panel is tasked with not just airing the issues, but making recommendations. We're going to keep the recommendations for a little later. What I would like us to do now in this second round is to talk for a minute or two about our experience with the response to Obeah.
Okay, my experience with the response of Obeah is a knowledge that grows through vision, maybe passed down, as you'd say, from the ancestors. So I will see things in a metaphoric form before it happened. Like when I was telling that this broadcast was going on, because he's having a feedback. I would see that, we call it in Jamaica sometime a deja vu. But to the grassroots, it's spiritually. To see things in your vision and then wake up in the morning and see it. It is fundamentally rights for the spirit to teach and guide according to your tradition. You know, someone might come to you with a sick foot and you don't really want to do the work, but you go to your bed and you can't sleep. Somebody a beat you, say, get them 2 bush, the man, call back the client. And you have to get those 2 bush. Sometimes we run a risk by beating the bush, test it. If we have to drink it first, then we call the client to make proof that the spirit is true.
I also want to encourage you to share any negative responses that you've had to your reputation as somebody who is a Obeah man and who listen to and talk with the spirit.
Okay, I don't really have any negativity towards that or any bad experience because I'm also a deep revival. I was grew up into a Catholic church, so I know certain harder. But as I say, we use the Christianity to hide
Mask it, yes.
as a mask.
So you're a good master?
Yes, I'm a good craft master. If I see you in the street, I just nod my head. That's good enough for me. But the experience is there, and I have no fear, trust me, to talk about whether science, Obeah, or any other thing above Christianity. Because deep down, in my thoughts, I think I'm a Christian also. But, you know, you can't serve 2 masters one time. But we give good discussion to people and tell them the rights and the fundamentally of the true spirit, which is within you.
Yes.
So I'm going to contradict myself just for a moment because I wanted us to come this way. But you've spoken about, I don't want to use an incorrect word, about blending different aspects of your various spirituality in order to be able to practice your own fundamental beliefs. And I know earlier, I come for Fofier, we had a discussion about this. We had a discussion about whether it is possible to serve both. Do you want to share with the audience your own perspective?
So every house run different, and in my house, me say, I want master, me serve. I find it conflicting that religions would want to equate themselves with spirituality. Because my ancestors said to me one day that religions are like fast food. They're convenient. However, spirituality is a deep understanding of who you are and how you juxtapose yourself against other aspects of creation. It's an understanding that is deep. It's understand that when we talk about a God being, we are talking first about ourselves. When we talk, and the Igbo people say there's no God, but yes, because there's a force there, whether we want to call it a life force, a power force, that is the I. I don't have a problem if anybody talks about the I am as a name for the God being. And when I get up in the morning and says, I am well, it means my God self is well. So I don't have a problem with Christianity or any other religion. Everybody know what them like. Know one thing, if you look at the nature of the universe, one of the critical frameworks of the universe is diversity. Not everybody like plum, not everybody like apple.
Oh, hold it
Not
there.
everybody like, yes.
Hold it there.
But the
because
whole
earlier-
category named fruits.
Right. And then earlier, when it was being explained to us what Igbo is all about, one of the phrases that came up and was translated was that I like what I like, and you like what I like. So we're going to come back to that. I'm going to come back to you because I'm going to come to you now. Because you have come to your research in a way that has allowed you to use this to challenge the colonial epistemology. What is that big word again?
Epistemicide,
See
the
there?
killing of knowledge. Epistemicide.
I wasn't going to the side. We're going to the part where this is how we learn and learn about ourselves. So before we kill what we know and how we learn about ourselves, I wonder if you could talk to us about the pathology of enslavement that allows us or teaches us or leads us to want to believe that we have to be a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. There is no material benefit. You see, this is an opportunity to link Aniaso with Obeah. When you read the book, you'll see that this is a 10-year-old or so boy growing up in slavery, but he has had that experience in Africa before he came. And for example, when he became quote-unquote polygamous, he was told that he couldn't do it. And he said, it's just difficult to say master. I mean, to the person who, then again, who owns who? To the person who kidnapped him or was holding him at the time. Why are you telling me not to do it? Everybody else, you're all doing it. Why shouldn't I do it, right? And then when he became Christian, having been fed this notion of inwardly free but outwardly bound, right? This thing was forced down our throats by whippings, rapes, all of the atrocities that happened. We just said it. There's no benefit to African religion unless we begin to privilege it. So we have to mask what we do, and it destabilizes us. But here we are having this discussion where we're saying this is an opportunity now for us to balance. What we're seeing in the society, most churches per square mile equals murder capital of the world, right? It's not, Christianity hasn't saved us. And we need to say that loudly. And we have not been saved. What have we been saved from?
But you know, we must repudiate this thing about which capital of the world we are when it's not positive, and we shouldn't spread it. I want to keep you in the pathology, though.
Yes, just hold on. No, I'll come into it.
No, me's moderating.
Yeah,
and I want to keep you into the pathology.
Yeah, but that's the pathology. Isn't murder?
No, what I am repudiating is our accepting this label about who we are. Because I do not know the yardsticks by which they have come to that conclusion. And I do not know why they want me to wear that label.
Okay, noted. So the point I'm making is this. I'm going to leave you with an example. So I was linking the Aniaso and how we've come to accept this. So then the missionaries loved him. He was saying Jesus, but in his head he was like, this thing don't make no sense. But this is what he had to do in order to secure his freedom. This is what he had to do in order to secure material wealth, to be able to buy his freedom, to escape it. So one of the things we need to understand, which is interesting, is this should be a process and not our life. We must be doing this to come to a point where we leave that behind, right? Prof. Wedenoya told me a story when he was doing research with the revivals up. He asked he saw a guy going to the Anglican church, or let me not say that, I don't know what the church was, in the morning, and then when he looked, he saw him again in the evening going to the revival church. And he said, man, how you can be going to two churches? And the man looked at him and said, you don't read the Bible. Say you must worship in spirit and in truth. To him, the revival church is the spirit, and the Christian church is the truth, because everything that written down, we believe that everything in book is true. So this is how he was negotiating his world, right? And it's interesting, right? The Christian church is in the daylight, but him go to the revival church in the evening where the spirits are. So I think it's been our way of coping, but it's time now for us to take the mask off and put on the mask of the spirit and not the mask of Christianity.
If we have time, we will come back to it, because I think that coming to terms with this dissonance, or whatever is the phrase that Fana had used, this thing where we don't really know who we are. Mm-hmm. So as an actress, I go on stage and I portray believably a drunken woman. And when I come off the stage, I say, but I don't believe in drink. I reach a point where the people who are looking on don't know who I am, and perhaps I don't know who I am either. And I think if I do it often enough, and I think there is a way in which, if we're on this path to healing, we have to ask ourselves, which part of that is me? And those of us who are further along the path of healing have to help other people who don't even know that this question is to be posed. We have to help them come to a point where they know that there are questions to be posed, even if they don't know what those questions are. So we can write that down for the next year conference as things that we have to deal with. We thank you very much. Thank you for indulging me, because we want to continue with what is our experience of Obeah. And I don't necessarily mean how you practice it. If we're going to make recommendations for it to be decriminalized, it must be on the basis of what we have experienced, what other people have said to us, how it make we feel. Hence, you could say you have no fear, how it make we feel, whether the other people are ordinary Jamaicans. And by the way, I don't know any ordinary Jamaicans. We're all extraordinary people. Yes. Whether they're ordinary Jamaicans or enforcers of the law. Am I clear? Yes. Would you use that microphone, please?
Okay, again, good afternoon. I have had experience of this sort of nature, wherein, like, in the year 1979, my brother, well, there were 3 kids. My mother had 3 of us, 3 kids. And if you need to say it that way. However, my brother, who is 2 years older than I am, just passed his common entrance. Then it was common entrance, and was going to Jamaica College. Living in the inner city, my mother used to sell what we normally call sock and those things to make a living. And she sent him to Papine to buy syrup. Now, when he came back, she was wondering, didn't I send you out? Because he came back so quick. And he was just like, Mama, see the man come to touch me in my head there. She was pregnant at the time, and she put him behind her. That is when we got to know this lady in Spanish Town named Mother Griffiths. And that's where my mother had to fly, really fly, with my brother to save him, because he was being under a spiritual spell. So in as much as I am a bishop, I think I am a bishop for the right people, because we do believe that this is possible. And if someone can harm you, I think we can use the same medium to help. And that's what we're about. I don't think anybody here wants to harm anybody, so to speak. So we are more here to help people to find their spirituality, and also to know what it is to travel this spiritual realm.
No, make him keep the microphone a little bit. You said that we are here to be bishops for the right people. Then there are wrong people who we're not supposed to give nothing to.
All right. What I really mean by the right people, those are the people who accept who they are. Because there are people in society that do not even know who they are, much more to accept who they really are. That's what I mean by that.
All right, so there was this child who was afraid that you was going to touch them head. And no?
No. He saw a spirit that was coming towards him.
Okay.
Because according to the lady at that time, it was a spiritual spell that was cast on him. Because of the fact that he had just passed his common age.
I got that. Thank you for that clarification. I want you to share with us if you have ever been mistreated, badly described, feared, because people know that you are grounded in this aspect of your spirituality.
Well, I've been lied upon because people die and hear, oh, him kill them. Stuff like that. And I know of things like that happening, but I also know of people who, you know, as Jamaican, we say chat behind my back, but they are not brave enough to confront me about certain things. And they are my best friend in front of me.
And how detrimental is that in your
Very, very detrimental.
to
The
your
good thing-
person and to the, I don't want to call it a practice now, but the English language now help me. Detrimental to your person, but also detrimental to our pursuit of the decriminalization of Obeah.
It is detrimental because for Obeah to decriminalize, if it is said that you kill somebody, it's not going to happen. Because that's something that you can be criminally charged for, because it's murder. So to my personal self, it affects me because people look at me in a certain light.
But that would have required the judge and the lawyer then to say, no, them believe in it. Because if somebody carry go court for kill somebody with Obeah, and them ask, what is the weapon? And the judge agrees that the weapon was Obeah. The judge is part of the contradiction. So we will come back to that, about the level of education.
No.
Which needs to be done
we can go there, you know. We can go there because from...
The only reason I don't want to go there yet is so we all have an opportunity to outline our experiences. So please hold it, and we will come back to you. Can you hand over the microphone, please?
So negative experience.
Yes, please.
Well, it was my most negative experience was in 2018. And I was traveling with some of my clan members from Moortown. And there was a police stop on, where was it again? West Street in Port Antonio. And when the policeman was saying everything that he was saying, I said, all right, look, we understand that you're just doing your job, but Port Antonio, Portland, Grande Nanny fought for this place. So, you know, we're just some Maroons going about our business. And, you know, we want to be able to do what we have to do. And guy come out and say, oh, uno Maroon chat too much and, you know, no way, no, nothing, this and that and thing. Come out of the bus, come out of the vehicle. And guns were drawn and thing like that. And I came out, I took out my rum, and I invoked my ancestors for their help. And it was at this point now that one particular policeman, big surly guy, he cranked his M16 and pointed it on me and said, boy, give me the key. And I said, this is how you speak to people. Boy, I must say, give me the key because you know I get about this. So I said, well, I blew my rum again and I said, if you bad like Nanny, and all of the ancestors in the burying ground up in Moortown. See the key here? I took it out of my pocket, I showed him, and I push it back into my pocket and say, you take out this key out of my pocket.
Alex, that was directly linked to a spirit of hostility
Yes.
that still pertains where the Maroons are concerned.
Yes.
I want you to get specific
I am
about Obeah, yes?
I am
Okay.
going there. So
other people have to talk.
Yeah, man. So after all of this experience, when the police report came out, because I, of course, had to go to court, they said if anyone knows the Obeah Act, knows that rum was illegal for indigenous people to have. They said that I was in possession of white rum. They said I was speaking a strange tongue, right? This was what was in the report, all Obeah Act language. And they said that I was using the superstition to threaten them, right? So I had to deal with all of those things in the case. 2018? So 2018, yes.
All right, so them should have shut down all rum bar that was nearby that were in possession of white rum.
You know what the most shocking thing is? The Cromanti language is known as a cultural masterpiece for humanity, and it was just called a strange tongue.
I want to give you an opportunity.
Epistemicide.
An opportunity to expand on something you said earlier.
Yes.
And if I misunderstood you, please correct me. You said that you were not given permission to go to Blue Hole at night to perform rituals.
Yes.
So my first clarification is, why would you need permission? To whom would you need to declare that you were going to any location at any point in time of the day?
Well, even though Blue Hole is a national monument, it was closed in 2022, and we had to have a protest. There are about 300 people at that protest for the reopening of Blue Hole. When the Jamaica National Heritage Trust, shout out to them, decided that they should reopen Blue Hole, they created opening hours, and it was put from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then there were guards placed there.
Got you. So the context was COVID.
Yes.
Now,
that was the beginning, but to this day we still have the opening hours, and the guards prohibit me from coming past certain hours. And I believe, I'm not going to call her name, but she was here earlier from
Okay,
JNHD.
so there are several issues there.
Correct.
One is that we could extrapolate that times of national crisis are used as opportunities for restricting our practices.
Correct.
And that those restrictions persist in times of normalcy, or whatever the word is.
Precisely.
And so we have two issues to tackle.
And so
what happens to our practices in times of national crisis, and how do we agitate for those restrictions to be removed when situations such as COVID are no longer existing.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Your turn.
I have two stories which are related, and they're quite recent.
And 2 minutes, please.
You see this man here to my right that has been thrilling you? He couldn't get a Jamaican visa because in my invitation I said that he was coming to the Obeah conference. We are reconnecting. They would not give him a Jamaican visa because we said he was coming to the Obeah conference. The law as it exists prevents reconnection. It's a good thing they live in the US so that we can just jump on the plane and come down. But imagine 2024, an African wants to come to Jamaica to contribute to cultural exchange and cultural understanding. And he was refused a visa, rightly so, because there is a law that criminalizes Obeah.
Second story, please.
there is a Jamaican Council for Reparations. Did you upon it? National Council for Reparations. The head of the National Council for Reparations is one Dr. Lolita Davis. When I called Miss Davis to tell her that we were planning a conference and we would like the support of the Reparations Council, because this falls under give me the word, no? The construct of knowledge reparations. When you go on the CARICOM Reparations Commission website, you will see all these things listed. Cultural exchanges between Africa and Jamaica and the Caribbean. You know, there are all these things about knowledge and bridges of belonging and etc. The council is charged with making recommendations to the minister. Miss Davis said that she is Mrs. Davis, Dr. Davis. She is unapologetically Christian. Did you hear me? She is the head of the Reparations Council. She is unapologetically Christian. I have yet to get a response to the email I sent her. What am I saying? Bogus badge, make we rip it off. Come and get your fraud stripe, take it off. Public servants, as Emo said it, we serve the people.
Okay, we got you.
Yes.
Can we give the Yawa microphone a comfort?
Oh, it's me.
Right. Experiences that would lead you to want to make the recommendations that you want to make. Yes. Experiences first. We're going to hold the recommendations.
If me read a little poem, you could have gathered the experience from it? Or
Yes,
you want the
we
specific
could have gathered,
thing?
yes.
No, this is in patois, so listen carefully so now hear. Lord, Mr. Marcus. Sir, you'd have been 154 years old today if you never did take up and got dead. Young man just barely in your prime, take up and dead. Let me see. 5 plus 2 equals 7. Still, you never choose a bad age for dead, you know. Cause the auspiciousness of your age of deading is plain for those who have eyes to see, But no, Brother Marcus, I'm afraid to say no more, cause them have one law there when me not understand. You see, it's very natural for me to walk my little number them, but the law me mention, I might find it supernatural. But let me say again, 1 plus 3 equal 4, and 4 plus 4 equal 8. See, if you did alive, you'd have celebrated differently, because this signification of your rebirth and completeness birthday fall under the number 8. But Brother Marcus, with all you teach about Lord in our Africanness, you would have seen plenty people celebrate your birthday. You know, plenty. But it's uncle some parts of Africa, they want to take in them house with them. As if taking Africa into them life, and as for taking Africa into them life and way of living. LOL.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't need to say no more. You get the idea?
We get it. Brother Easy.
Thank you.
Miss, what we want to hear from you now are your experiences that inform you that there is a negative context within which Obeah and our spiritual practices are seen. When we come back, we can broaden the discussion to include how the particular experience made you feel. But after we have finished this intervention, I want to open the discussion for 10 minutes, and then we come back for the concluding recommendations. Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, the day I arrived Jamaica, actually, the night, we were going to have dinner, and Dr. Anderson invited a man to, first there was some kind of display in the environment that spoke up. Yeah, okay. So that's showed me what is going on in the Jamaica at this moment, the celebration of the national heroes and all. So this man was invited to the Obeah conference, and Dr. Anderson was ready for it. She was making this invitation with smiles, expecting whatever he was going to do. And immediately she says, we're having a conference, it's an Obeah conference. The man just looks at her, looks away and laughs. So, he laughed, and I could understand that people don't want to identify with this tradition openly. And that made me think back home. In Igbo land, a number of persons who want to go for political positions dare not show, say, suggest in any way that they are not good Christians. I didn't say Christians. Good practicing Christians. Those terms, practicing Catholic, practicing, do you understand? They must show. It is part of the reasons why people will want to vote you. And some of them, as some stories have presented to the public, that they have gone to some shrines to meet some dibia in their journey. Whether it is for fortification or for spiritual edification of any sort, they will do it in the dark and remain good, practicing Christians. So that is the same challenge I'm saying. The third level that I want to point out is, you see, at my age, you are a dibia or Obeah or bishop, and you start to pray, and you are implying that you have the powers to make me rich. I will think you are a joke. I am an Igbo man, and I'm a serious human being. You can't give me wealth. I work hard, guided by my chi, and I get to my destination. And so all religions must remove any form of promise, material promise, so that people can be clear about what they want to do and what they want to pick. And this is the foundation of the current day Christianity in Nigeria. There are promises. And if you have any problem in your life, it is your ancestors. And because there are promises in this church, once you walk in this crusade, the lame, the cripple will walk, the blind will see, the this. And the truth is that when my brother Alex was talking, I was crying because whatever he was saying was resonating from within. He was saying what I have inside of me. It felt like I was hearing myself talk. But the Western pattern of both Christianity and the number of things that we picked is like you are being talked to. You don't know it, you listen. Let me teach you. Proselytization. It is dangerous, and I come from a culture, the Igbo culture is balanced and open. And we understand that this, if you are a dibia, you still go and tend to your farm. You take care of your family. You do what you have to do. The festival we have in my community called Oko, the real practice is that yam will be brought to the dibia. But he is not eating this yam like he is feeding. Those yam symbolize the number of period that he will announce the next festival. So that yam is like a spiritual seed. Today, pastors, priests want to have lots of materials, and they find biblical quotes that permit them to convince the people that they need to amass all these resources. So I will end with saying that the deity in my place called Uchu. for instance, because we need to understand the dibia, the situation, the understanding of the dibia, and then finally, what do we see? How did all this deity come about? Uchu, I am from Umuchu in Anambra State, and Uchu is Ogugu. Ogugu, when I saw the image, is exactly like the Madonna, the Mother Mary carrying Jesus Christ. And this is how Uchu was seated, carrying the baby. That is the image of Uchu, carrying the child. So Uchu is an agonizing woman. Ogugu primarily is an agonizing woman who can, go to war or, assist the child who is truly in agony at any point that it is called upon. But this Uchu was instituted only to bind the different villages that came together and decided to be one town named Umuchu. And so some rituals were prepared, one kept in a central marketplace. That marketplace was not existing until the moment of this agreement that would now bind these villages to become one entity, one town. That marketplace was instituted, and that is where the Uchu deity was also instituted, and it became Nkwo Uchu. And then another item was taken to another central point of the village, a water body that is at the heart of the village, that all the towns that now constitute this new bigger town would go to fetch water. That is where they normally use, and that item was put there. Today, and from the beginning till now, this Uchu stayed there and accommodated the Anglicans, the Catholics, the Salvation Army, all other Christian communities that came into my community. But you know what happened? In 1999, there was a move by Christians who had seen the light to change the name of my town from Umuchu to Umuchukwu. And you know what it means? It took me until this year to understand that what this means is that they want to put away the real constitution of this town. And so you see why the Uchu deity is there. And primarily it means Echo, to chase away anything that will bring disunity. So the priest of this Uchu, on the day of Oko Festival, will stand for hours, blessing people, praying for people. And he will not handle the microphone, and he will not ask for anything. You bring what you have. But during Christmas period, I go to the parish Christian communities, and you have a mass that should last for 1 hour, lasts for 2 to 3 hours, because there are going to be demands on the material. I will conclude by saying that as a young person, born Catholic, trained Catholic, I love the traditions, all the traditions that have built me up, including the Catholic traditions. But I am now at this age, and I'm looking at all this, and I understand that the way forward for me as a human being is to honor, appreciate the Igbo culture where I am from, which has been largely contradicted in many ways. And that is why I am here in Jamaica, to tell people, connect to your heritage and do not have any double mind about it. It is rich, it is open, it is respectful of other people's belief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, a round of applause for all the presenters, please. What comes to my mind immediately before we get to the specific recommendations and to your questions and comments is Bob Marley. Africa awaits her creators. And it does not mean that Africa's creators must come from outside. It is pointing us to the fact that colonialism is a perfect system. It does what it was designed to do. And it was designed to do it to people in the so-called diaspora, and it was designed to do it to people on the continent. we have not escaped. And therefore, it seems to me that the recommendations, the approach that we might have should, I want to say must, but in case I'm wrong, I'm going to say should, all happen under the umbrella of decolonization. How do we decolonize our minds? How do we stop trying to fix a system that is doing what it was designed to do and create our own systems that, yes, I'm not going to pause because you want to clap, that's so nice. I hope I can say it again. We cannot fix their system. It is doing what it was intended to do. Get us to wear 3 different religions, get us to call one true, get us to call one spirit, get us to pour scorn. And very importantly, as my brother spoke, I got a clear image of the African peoples being made into caricatures of who we are, and then we now begin to believe that we really are the caricatures. And that's how we forget who we are. A round of applause for the very stimulating and enlightening presentations. Is there anyone in the audience who has a short comment or a short question? And I will take 3 at the same time, because then even if we don't get to answer all of them, we know what is in the air. So, okay, I see 5 hands. May I start with Sister Amber and the sister beside you? I'm so sorry, we've spoken so often and I've forgotten your name. Paula. You will be next. Mbama will be next. And Sydney, did you wish to say something? Because you've had so many interventions, sote voce and voce, can we take these first? And then we'll come back to you. So put your comment or question on the table. I'll make a note that should, in case we forget them, I can remind people of the issues that were raised. Please go. Is there a microphone that can be passed around in the audience? No, it's not that. We need to have everything recorded. Thank you very much.
Hi again, everybody.
Yes.
Now, I'm seeing where this word Obeah, I'm wondering though if OBH, Oba, is really where Obeah, because on Oba, I guess, is a king, some Nigerian king, so I'm wondering if that has anything to do with the word Obeah. I don't know where the EA has come from, but the OBH is that the Oba means a king. So right away, I'm looking at an Obeah man as a king. But I don't know why I'm so scared in Jamaica. I don't know what we're so afraid of. Recently, I wanted to open a shop in Stonehill and sell like incense. I've been traveling to Africa, all over the world, and buying stuff. But as opening the shop in Stonehill, I was going to call it the Obeah shop. My problem is I'm still looking for the place, the space, but I can't find it yet. All we need to know, Jamaicans like to see things, you know. They like to look at things, and from you put on a nice shoes, you're somebody. From you drive a Porsche, you're somebody. Why somebody don't just buy a big building and put the Obeah church or the Obeah supermarket, and just like they just want to see the name of something, and all of a sudden they're going to respect the person. Why we're hiding behind Catholic and Anglican and Moravian and all these stupid words? Why we don't just do our Obeah business?
Obeah the space.
Yeah, Obeah the space.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just congratulations to the organizers of this thing. I think there is a mass sovereignty reclamation taking place. So this is not surprising at all. My question, though, and I had wanted to ask Alex when he was speaking, how far along are we? Because I think we can go very quickly if we go as a large group and if we're very strategic. When Gerald was making his presentation with the music, and he said, when I play this music, it speaks to something else within the person. And I'm thinking to myself, look how much dancehall artists we have in Jamaica. Just make them sample a little bit of that, no? And then we get together and we work in spirit and make this thing go quickly. So my question really is, how far along are we and how can we help to expedite the process.
Thank you very much. In front of you.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you for this wonderful gathering. Something has been happening like this. People in Africa are waking up. I guarantee you and I assure you. I have a question for you, sir. Your brother saw a vision. How did your mother reassure him? How did that affect him? And what has happened to him since then?
Thank you, Brother Sidney.
I'll tell you what the problem is. We're dealing with two cosmologies that are like water and oil. We're also dealing with another problem, and that problem is called cognitive dissonance. And until we come to face to face with the problem that we have with this cognitive dissonance, where we are constantly trying to synchronize our colonial mentality with our ancestral mentality, until we come face to face with that and recognize it, we will be stuck. That's my comment.
Thank you very much. So let me repeat the threads. I know that some of the questions were posed to specific individuals, but there are some common threads. So even when the specific individuals respond, others on the panel might want to say something. And from Sister Amber, we get the issue of personal responsibility. Like Marcus Garvey say, I look around and I say, who then is the black man's king? Where is his government? Where are his institutions? I didn't see any, Garvey said. And so I said, Garvey said, I must be it. And so there is a way in which in every single problem that we pose, we are at least part of the answer. So I'd like us to comment on Sister Amber's intervention about personal responsibility. And then Sister Paula is encouraging us to be strategic in the way we come as a movement and not as a bright individual who wear pretty clothes and have all the nice words and can say this thing. But how do we find others of like minds and come as a movement? Yes. And then can I broaden the question directed at you about your mother? Because but I wanted to respond though. It seems to me that we're also asking whether there is a special responsibility for women in this cleansing of the mind and encouraging us to do what it is that we are gifted and missioned to do. And finally, the question of education reparation. Education for reparation, and reparation which is done through education. So I'm going to allow you to go first, and then any of the other panelists. And then we still have to come back to make our specific recommendations.
Okay. Okay, what happened there, it's not a vision. It was like something real. Somebody real, but it's a spirit that was touching him. So what my mom did, and we have to understand this, being pregnant, it also, there's some spirituality about that also. I think we will get into that some other time. But what she did was that she put him behind her. So as a mother, she defended him. She put him behind her. Therefore, the spirit could not touch him.
The woman is real?
Yes.
It was his mother. She really wanted to harm your brother?
Not the woman. He said, Mama, Mama, see the man there. This man is a spirit. You got me now?
Okay, so Mbama, the young boy runs to his mother because there's a spirit chasing him. And the mother puts the child behind her, and the spirit goes away. So that was the solution. The mother became the barrier, the guard between the boy and the child
Yeah.
and his and the spirit. And this is what I found in my research. You see what we call the revival female who heals? We call her mother.
Mother.
She's a mother. I have been to the shrines of revival women. You will cry. The amount of problems these women have to contend with daily. Nobody now pay them enough because them not have enough value. They are the greatest psychologists. When you listen to them give advice, no PhD in psychology can compare. They have the burden of mothering not just their own children, but an entire community. These are mothers to entire communities. And so, you know what? Big up every revival mother. Come and clap them, man. Clap the mother them.
And every mother who don't even admit that she's a revival mother.
You say, clap her, yeah.
Can I go to Alex now? Because you are also, boy, I can't say certain words, no, that certain things. You are also named. A long time ago, we would say you are also fingered in the discussion. But Gerald spoke about the way you moved him, and perhaps you wanted to respond to that.
Well, I mean, Paula had a question. Should I respond?
Of course.
Okay.
All the panelists are entitled to respond to anything that was raised.
So, as for how far along we are, up until about 2 weeks, a week ago, I felt alone, you know, and then I hear that there's this conference, and then, I mean, someone overseas, an elder lady had told me that there were other people, other academics who were working on this as well. I didn't know who these were, and I said to the spirits that I work with that I want to know who these people are. And then all of a sudden there's this conference. So as for how far along we are, I think that it's full time now to have some serious discussions along the same vein. And I think that even modern culture, you mentioned a dancehall, I think that they're leaning on gozo, right, as they are now. The spiritual aspect of our culture needs to be brought to bear. If you're supporting this, then let's find out if you can really support it and, you know, have it integrated into some kind of rationality. Right now, something that could do so much for us in terms of religious tourism right now, we see Haiti, we see Cuba, because they have decriminalized their practices. They are, you know, doing all kind of initiations and festivals and all of these things. I think that Jamaica can have the same thing and more because we're considered a cultural superpower. So as far as how far along we are, up until this conference, I thought that we were very far behind, you know, but this is a glimmer of hope. Yeah, man, glimmer of hope.
Give thanks for gatherings. I think we need to walk carefully around who we consider to be our allies. And the fact that someone is speaking the same words that we're speaking does not necessarily mean that they are speaking the same language. If we look at dance hall, for example, we see how many of the movements from Kumina and Revival have entered a dance hall space without understanding what the movements are about, without respect to the time and place when those particular movements are appropriate, to the intercessions that are being made. And we believe that there is a great spiritual revival because we see so many people involved in the words, but not necessarily in the language and the mission that we are pursuing. And we forget the very important role of JCDC. That JCDC has officers who go around the countryside
teaching children these traditional movements. They don't necessarily understand them in the way they have been imparted, but them come out and make it into a dance for the dance hall. And then we see whole heap of wind up in something which is really a lot more subtle, right, Carol? And a lot more dignified. Yesterday, I went to the art walk. And I went because they were having a sound clash. Yeah, me like sound clash, you know. Me like sound clash. And you know how the sound clash go. You're given 3 or 4 segments, and each segment has a different kind of music. Genre, yes. And as a sort kind of music name, genre, yes. A different genre. And the first segment was mento. Not one mento music did play. Not one. Because they don't know what mento is. And when it came, but them is in the sound clash. Them is DJs on the music. And when it came to the reggae segment, it was reggae and dub. And many of them played a dub plate. Because they weren't born in the era of the ear side and the flip side. The 12-inch and the 7-inch and the 33.5. And so for them, dub is when somebody take a message and put on it, say, and so, big up, Claudette. And so we need to go below the surface, is the point I'm making, so that we recruit people who can power us forward and not people who won't tell us last story. The late, great Igbo Cooper, who taught at the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts, was preparing the music students have to do a lunch hour concert every Thursday. You all should come at 12:15. And that particular group, one of the young men decided to do Sata Masagana. And Igbo is going to accompany him. And he turns to Igbo and he says, "You play the music wrong."
You're kidding.
I am not. The creator, the originator, the student tell him, say, him play it wrong. So we need to go below the surface of that which it appears that we have learned when we talk about the very important recommendation of how we strategically create a movement. Other panelists who want to comment, you have 2 more minutes before we now go to specific recommendations.
May I
please?
go? So
yes.
I wanted to make a comment a little, and you've just so kind of segued into it beautifully, Sister Queen Amina. The thing of education, and that is a whole situation of miseducation around music, even what we consider our music, what we have generated as Jamaican music, and what we're thinking of creating in the future as music. But I wanted to say something about education for repatriation is something. And one of the things for reparation. And one of the things that struck me when you spoke was how we are missing out somehow a part of the conversation about how Obeah became evil. Mm-hmm. And we have to educate ourselves about that. Our ancestors never carried nothing evil come here. All right, first of all, many of them were taken unawares, so they couldn't even pack extra, much less to go bring all kinds of things. Obeah became criminalized, demonized, all sort of ized because it became a threat to a system that was developed to keep our people down, undermined. I preach, sister, say amen then, no? Sure. Yeah, thank you. Obeah was a threat to the slave masters and a threat to the system of slavery of our people. If our people were allowed to drum and do what they need to do, slavery and the system of enslavement could not have lasted as long as it did. Because there is a God. There is the power of the chi. There is me and you as community. stopping and saying, no more.
30 seconds, please.
There is a way we have to educate ourselves to know that there's nothing evil. There's an evil about Obeah. It has been demonized, criminalized, and to me, it's a shame that while we are talking about decolonizing our minds, bodies, and spirit, we now decolonize our laws.
Yes. We're coming this way now. We're coming this way now for recommendations. I've listened to the discussions all day, and it's supposed to be a 3-day something for the day or 2 pack. Right? 3 days we want next year. But during the course of the day, it occurred to me that this aspect of our culture is being treated like ganja. Somebody see how beneficial it is to us. That somebody come into our midst and take what them want out of it, for don't think say them not taking. And if it could have been planted on a 300,000 acre farm, like they were doing experiments with ganja, them would have done the experiment with it. And by the time we would have let it go and said this a road too hard for travel, then we would have heard that now them have it in its totality. And so maybe we could have the what left. And in the same way, so many Jamaicans cannot afford the first $50,000 to go and get the license to set up one little ganja farm, then we would not have the wherewithal to teach our people that which we say that we all ought to know and learn and have. Last week, I had the honor and the privilege of being in a situation with my brother. And one of the things he said was, we're all rich. There is something in my environment that nobody else has. And that makes me rich. And if that is true, we don't have to wait for no funding. Because those who know that what we have is going to undermine them is not going to help us to develop it. All right, I finished now. I would like the panelists, yes, we have 3 minutes for the recommendations, but some recommendations have been implied in what we have said, and one of them is to strengthen the anti-colonial, the decolonization movement. A second one has been that we take responsibility for that which we are saying. A third one has been that we create a movement. A fourth one has been that we look at the role of women and mothers. And a fifth one has been that we look at the role of education for reparation. So we can extract these 5. So please add, and then we will come this way. I will be quiet now. No more interventions from me, just to pass the microphone.
Okay. Thank you very much. I like that you recall what I said to the school children, that I come with Obeah and I can donate it to you because it's something I have in my environment and it makes me rich. I'm classically trained. I'm a concert pianist. I play the flute, I play the harmonica, I play the clarinet, I play the saxophone, and so on and so forth. But I go around and I say, I am an Oja master, I am Obeah, I play Oja and I play Obeah. You know why? Because if you bring someone who is American or who is British, who is a trained musician, the classical music of his culture would be maybe to play the Beethoven on the piano or Mozart, and then I will clap for him because that's beautiful music. And then I will play my Oja and my Obeah, and he will clap for me and respect me. And then, if there is, we also need to look at the economic reality. It is African time, and imagine that I am disadvantaged, and I can't play the Oja and Obeah, and I'm going round with my ego and my wings so up, and I'm saying I'm a pianist. Now that it is African time, who cares? Pianist, beautiful. But then, You are not bringing that which is the Afro beats that the whole world is dancing to. You don't have it, you don't know it. And so as part of strategic action, in the Igbo culture, we believe one of the profound things Onowu Abagana said today is, na Ebo Belu, Ugo Belu. That is the Igbo philosophy. That is the Igbo spirituality. And it is tough. It is difficult to practice, to let the ego perch and let the kite perch. It is difficult because the countries in the world that talk about peace and diplomacy and all that, they are the ones causing trouble. And the Igbo world understands that there are conditions for peace. That once you allow, and that is where the spirituality comes. Once you respect the other person's religion, once you also keep what you have to yourself and not go ahead to proselytize. If one has need for what you have, you offer it in love. And if one needs you genuinely in another country, you travel and present it like I have come. I have not come to tell Jamaican people that they don't have music, and I have come with the Obeah and Oja to save them. I have come to see how connected we are, and it is because I am Igbo. So that's part of strategic action is dialogue. I say that I am rich and I have the Obeah. I also say that I have no fight because I'm not afraid in the first place. So I won't fight with anybody. And what I do, for instance, with Ichoku Academy is to understand that the children who will become medical doctors tomorrow, engineers, lawyers, if I don't place the Obeah and the Oja in their hands at age 5, they will again go to the piano, which is what is available, take music lessons, and their parents will pay a lot of money, but they won't get someone to teach this even for free because they don't understand the value. And so if I don't intervene, talking about intervention, if I don't intervene and bring these instruments to them, I won't have the 19-year-old girl who is currently studying medicine. She's in her 2nd year, and she can play the guitar, she can play the piano, but she has featured in BBC where she played the Obeah, and she can play the Oja. And these are instruments, the Obeah and the Oja are not allowed. You know, women are not allowed to practice it. But we give that openness in the Ichoku Academy. So part of the intervention is that we shouldn't fight too much. We should quietly collaborate, get the work done. Because for the past 10 years, I have been doing this work without, I have not even, put up public notice for funding. A few persons who understand it come into it and support it. So my brother Alex, it is very apt what Amina said. If we know how rich we are with these things, we just have to pay attention to details and progress, and with time, whatever needs to be done will be done.
Thank you
the right
very
collaborations
much.
will happen.
Thank you. I don't know who is taking notes. Own our and respectfully own our entire being and participate in the necessary dialogue and collaboration. Your turn.
So I would like to add that the Christians are to be respected too. That is someone's faith, and the Igbo culture teaches me that. But unfortunately, a lot of times as a Christian, it challenges me that the Christianity that some people in Nigeria practice is disrespectful of the other person's space.
Got that. I'm so sorry that I now have to restrict you all to 30 seconds and quick. Please.
30 seconds?
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
I'm going to read the last part of this in 30 seconds.
Yes.
Is I have a good conversation with Brother Marcus that talk about, so Mr. Marcus, you never hear about Obeah? Me here say them use it, they used to call it science, but them did pull it to Obeah. Perhaps it come in 2 flavors. Mr. Marcus, if we take the truth that God love, tells me that certain things God put on the earth can heal. And if me use what my dead granny teach me and cure pain in belly, is Obeah that? But you know, see, Brother Marcus, it's because me black-minded and claim Africa, just like you say me fi do. You know, see all of them. I tell me say me must celebrate you and serve 2 masters at the same time. Out of many, which one me fi choose? Brother Marcus, me is Jamaican by birth, and no problem. Me is African by ancestry, and no problem either. The only problem is when them white-minded colonial puppet them, make law about where them not know and where them not understand. So them are going to use Obeah in a law to divorce me from my own self. Member say, if I the practices of my people, them are criminalized. Member me tell them, say, we practice is rooted in the laws of the universe. You can't change them. The best advice we can give them, Mr. Marcus, is for them left we alone and go criminalize poverty.
Respect for traditional herbs and healing and the knowledge that comes from that. Thank you.
Put people who care about our culture on the commission. Put people who care about our culture on the reparations commission. Put people who care about our history, about our suffering, people who are open-minded to serve on our reparations board.
Thank you. Reconstitution of the Reparations Commission. Thank you.
Well, I have two suggestions. One, the Constitutional Reform Committee. The Jamaica Council of Churches currently sits on the Constitutional Reform Committee, and there is no representation there for traditional religion. And the Christians have no problems, so I'm not really sure what they want in the Constitution. You know, the Constitution is there for them clearly, not for us. Plus many other acts and things that protect them, treat pastors and such like diplomats, but we are still reviled. So either the Jamaica Council of Churches needs a space for tradition, or we need a whole space for ourselves and the Constitutional Reform Committee. That's one. And two, we need an open space that is going to be a purely traditional space that children, school groups, anybody at all who is interested to know what Jamaican traditional spirituality looks like and is all about, that they can visit that space and get some education and possibly pursue the tradition more if they'd like to.
Thank you very much. We need to double check about the absence of African traditional religions in the JCC.
I've written them and they don't respond to me.
No, I'm saying we need to check if it is true that we are excluded.
We're not represented.
We're not represented.
It's important. It's very important. And I know we're being moved on because of the interest of time. But whether we are there or not, and how we are there is a very important recommendation. Because if we're not there, these views are not being represented. And if we're there as tokenism and we're not participating in all of the discussions, then we have been rendered invisible. And the business of respecting all religious and spiritual beliefs is a farce. And so it's important that we know how we approach that. Your turn, please, Bishop.
I think we have a serious problem because we are in the age and time wherein people are looking about to get riches in material things more than spiritual riches. So as a result of that, we have a task. It's the spirituality within us. We have to try to put it out there that, and I hear my brother there state about the music from as tender age as 5. We have to start to put our thing within our youth from baby age.
Yeah, we got that.
Therefore, we can go
We
further.
got that from Alex, special provisions for how we educate our children. And this is a biggie that you put on the table. What do we consider wealth and riches, and how we educate ourselves to come to that understanding? Thank you.
Pleasant good evening again. What we consider of riches is a treasure that each elder our mother and father having their concept to teach or pass on to their children. So that's what the ancestors have been doing all this time, through vision and sound. So what you really need to do is just teach the children the roots that you know, tell them what herb is about, what about certain philosophy, what's good for the belly, what's good for woman time, and when a man now perform. So all that is a part of healing from the Igbo class. So it is a spiritual concept, whether it's born within or you just get it by vision, thoughts, or knowledge. That's my point of view.
It has been our pleasure and our duty and our honor to have served you in this way. A round of applause for all the panelists.
All right, so if you all can come up in the front and take a picture, that would be lovely right here. Give it up for the panelists one more time, please. All right. Give it up, I mean. Okay, so we need you for a photo. Photographer, sir. All right, can you take a picture for me, please? All right, while they're taking their picture so that we can get out on time, I would like to thank the Unichi Foundation, Love and Healing Work, Council of Igbo States in America, Center for Reparations Research, the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, Institute of Caribbean Studies, Achuka Academy, and Ozonala Institute for supporting the cameras over here. Right here, this down here, there we go. We would like to thank everyone who has come out today that have given their time and their energy and their wisdom and their knowledge. You can stay in contact at Respelling Obeah on Instagram and Facebook, and there is a WhatsApp group as well. Again, if you registered, then we will add you to the group and we'll send the WhatsApp group information out. If you have not registered, then you can email respellingobeah@gmail.com and we will send the WhatsApp group to you. All right, it's 4:59. And I said I would have you out on time at 5. So give it up for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves for coming. All right. All right. And so the next thing, we're done. So if you want to have conversations with the panelists, you can. We have a concert coming up with Gerald and Amina. Dr. Amina will share her stories and to Gerard's flute at 6 p.m. if you want to stay around for that. But if not, thank you so much for coming. You can follow us on Love and Healing Work on Instagram, Facebook. And yeah, I'm Fatima. Thank you for being here. Drink water and take care of yourselves. Love. Beautiful beings, I have someone who might make an announcement.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Just to share with us that this Saturday at the Nigerian High Commission, the Igbo community here in Jamaica will be celebrating our New Yam Festival, the Iwaji, and the time is 2 p.m. So you are all invited to the High Commission, 5 Waterloo, Kingston 10. Thank you.
All right, beautiful beings. Also, if we're asking, is anybody gonna come stay for the concert or come back for the concert at 6? All right. So yes. I saw yes. They're coming back. They'll be back for the concert.
presence and ease, 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 presence. My mind is open and my spirit's free, present in the moment and I'm finding even let it flow, let it flow. My mind is open and my spirit's free, present in the moment and I'm finding even let it flow, let it flow. My mind is open and my spirit's free, and present in the moment and I'm finding ease. Present in the moment and I'm finding ease. My mind is open and my spirit's free, and it's present in the moment and I'm finding ease. Present in the mind is open and my spirit's free, and I'm present in the moment and I'm finding. My mind is open and my spirit's free, and it's present in the moment and I'm finding ease. Present in the mind is open and my spirit's free, and I'm present in the moment and I'm finding. My mind is open and my spirit's free, and it's present in the moment and I'm finding. My mind is trusting myself, trusting myself, trusting myself, trusting myself. I'm trusting myself, trusting myself to go with the flow, trusting myself. I'm trusting myself, trusting myself to go with the flow, trusting myself. I'm trusting myself. Trusting myself to go with the flow, trusting myself. I'm trusting myself. I'm trusting myself. How I feel, how I felt when I'm trusting myself. How I feel, how I felt when I'm trusting myself. How I feel, how I feel, how I felt when I'm trusting myself. How I feel, how I feel, how I felt when I'm trusting myself. How I feel, how I feel, how I felt when I'm trusting myself. How I feel, how I feel, how I felt when I'm trusting trusting myself, trusting myself, trusting myself, trusting myself to go with the flow, trusting myself, trusting myself, trusting myself, trusting myself. frequency love music. We are the change, we are the movement. Welcome to high frequency love music. We are the change, we are the movement. We are the change, we are the movement. Welcome to high frequency love music. We are the change, we are the movement. Welcome to high frequency love music. We are the change, we are the movement. Welcome to high frequency love music. You don't need to be anyone else. all I need to get by. I'm 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 all I need to get by. Within me is boundless love. 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 everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I am everything. I have everything I've ever wanted to be. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything. I have everything I need. I need. I am everything. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything. I have everything, everything I need. I am everything. Everything, I have everything, I have everything I'd ever need. I am everything I want. I am everything I wanna be. Everything I have everything I need. I am everything I am everything. I am everything. I have everything. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I am everything I wanna be. I have all I need. I am everything. I am everything I wanna be. I have everything. I have everything I need. I am everything. Everything I wanna be. I have everything. I have everything I need. I am everything I wanna be. I am a perfect being of light. I have the power to live my life. I am a perfect being of light. I have the power to live my life. because I am abundance. I attract abundance because I am abundance. Abundance, abundance, abundance because I am. I attract abundance because I am. I attract abundance because I am. Abundance. I feel the sparkle of the sky. I fly with the butterflies. I feel the earth beneath my eyes. My ass is one with the grass. I feel the wind on my face, taking in this moment when I'm out of the race and the wind pushes me down. And I look at the world from the ground, and I see a society, and all is well in our world. I see the society, and all is well in our world. I see the society, and all is well in our world. I see the society, and all is well in our world. All is well. All is well. All is well in my world. things my family did. I am not the voices in my head. I am not the pieces of the brokenness inside. I am light. 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 I'm not the mistakes that I have made, or any of the things that caused me pain. I am not the pieces of the dream I left behind. I am light. 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 I am not the color of my eyes. I am not the skin on the outside. I am not my age. I am not my race. My soul inside is all light. All light. Oh, light. Yeah. Oh, light. I am light. I am light. I am light. I am light. Yeah. I am divinity defined. I am the God on the inside. I am a star, a piece of it all. I am light.
Please bring positivity into my life every day. Please bring positivity into my life every day. Please bring only joy and peace and everything that is love. Please bring only joy and peace and everything that is love. Please bring positivity into my life every day. Please bring positivity into my life every day. Please bring positivity into my life every into my life every day. Please bring positivity into my life every day.
If I had $1 for every breath that I take, I'd be rich already. Come on. Lord knows I'm rich already. Spend my whole night worrying about how I'm gonna make it. Meanwhile, I've been making it. All my life, I've been making it. Hey, I've come to a fork in the road. Don't know which way to go. I turn on my GPS. That feeling deep in my chest. Worrying don't buy you no time. Ask the birds in the sky. I'm following God's perfect positioning system. Hey, are you listening? Oh, I'm following God's perfect positioning system. Get you where you need to go if you listen. Whoa, Oh, if I had an answer for every prayer that I pray, I'd be blessed already. Lord knows I'm blessed already. Hey, I've come to the fork in the road. Don't know which way to go. I turned on my GPS. That feeling deep in my chest. Never felt so free till the day I let God lead. I'm following God's perfect positioning system. Hey, are you listening? Oh, I'm following God's perfect positioning system. Get you where you need to go if you listen. Whoa,
I can hear the children playing outside. Someone whistling as they pass by. I can hear the birds as they're singing good morning. I'm loving this feeling. Ooh, 'cause it's a great day to be alive. When I know that there's nothing greater than life. So I won't worry about my problems today. I'm wearing a smile. I'm just living my life. problems like no more of hiding in silence. Yesterday is gone, I won't complain. Being alive feels amazing. It's not about what I could have done, but it's about what I'm gonna do. Ooh, oh, my life ain't perfect, but it's worth it. Looking forward for something new. 'Cause I deserve it. It's a great day to be alive. When I know that there's nothing greater than life. So I won't worry about my problems today. I'm wearing a smile. I'm just living my life. Oh, whenever you think that it's over and done, try hiding from stress when there's nowhere to run. If ever you find a roof over your head and you've got a meal, you're more fortunate than some. So I won't think about it. Today I'm gonna be about it. Life is amazing and I don't doubt it. So I shout, 'cause it's a great day to be alive. When I know that there's nothing greater than life. So I won't worry about my problems today. I'm wearing a smile. I'm just living my life. I can hear the children playing outside. Someone whistling as they pass by. I can hear the birds as they're singing good morning. I'm loving this feeling. Ooh, 'cause it's a great day to be alive. When I know that there's nothing greater than life. So I won't worry about my problems today. I'm wearing a smile. I'm just living my life. 'Cause it's a great day to be alive. When I know that there's nothing greater than life. So I won't worry about my problems today. I'm wearing a smile. I'm just living my life.
forgive you. I
Don't mess with my spirit. Don't mess with my spirit. You can't touch my soul. Nah. You can't touch my soul. Nah. Say I was born to gon' get it, get it. I was born to gon' get it, get it. Say whoop, there it is. Yo. Whoop, there it is. Yeah. Don't mess with my spirit. Yeah. You can't touch my soul. Nah. I was born to gon' get it. I was born to gon' get it. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. I think I found my mojo. Whoa, whoa, mojo, jojo. Oh no, I'm about to let my soul glow. Eddie Murphy, I'm delirioso. Step back, and miss me with your tie. No rat, no rat, no rat. I'm gonna live my life. No lie, no lie, no lie. My future extra bright. Big blast, I burn my life. Austin Dean and I'm on the track. Play the oop and yeah, I rap. I'ma stack my platinum plaque. I'ma stack my platinum plaque. My genre is island trap. Don't mess with my spirit. You can't touch my soul. No. I was born to gon' get it. I was born to gon' get it. Don't mess with my spirit. You can't touch my soul. No. I was born to gon' get it. I was born to gon' get it. There it is. There's energy in this energy. So don't mess with my melody. I get it, it's a situation. But you can't touch my situation, cause I illuminate and illustrate. So don't debate on what you see. Wanna negotiate for a critic's sake. I be in a pipe, Will Chamberlain. No chains on me. That chain gang gon' rip his spleen. Squad up, got us, so make noise and be unique. Never lack, bump that, my rap smack. And bat, when I slap back, ain't a cap, take the track. I'm gonna lapse on your cats and I have to get a snap back. When I yak my bars trap, kidnap, green stacks. Ooh, we can bring back, I need that. Back to back, like the lamp, shark attack. Tick tack, spit back, I'm on the map. Did you catch that? When I switch that, right trap with that. Brought it back in the tracks on the tracker, back and crack. That dude rap, wiggity, wiggity, whack. Got ate like a sneakity, sneakity, snack. Took a break like a kickity, kickity, cat. My genre, all in the track. Don't mess with my spirit. You can't touch my soul. No. I was born to gon' get it. I was born to gon' get it. There it is. Don't mess with my spirit. You can't touch my soul. I was born to gon' get it. I was born to gon' get it. There it is. Get it. 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 Get it.
success is inevitable. My success is inevitable. Inevitable. I will win. My success is 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 inevitable.
I said, I know it's a battle within. For success, no, I have to ascend. Recharge, then I tap in again. Hit the finish line, happy to win. I said, I know it's a battle within. For success, no, I have to ascend. Recharge, then I tap in again. Hit the finish line, happy to win.
I will win. My success is inevitable. 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 My success is inevitable. My success is inevitable. My
so we dancing all night. We've been working all day, so we dancing all. Shake it, shake it, shake it, oh yeah. 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 This is healing for your soul, yeah. This is healing for your soul, yeah. Rocka, 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 Can I be honest? My name is Austin, I'm lost in the moment. Could you keep a promise? If I told you everything that I wanted, would you be encouraged? Cali, Columbia taught me some courage. Beans in my porridge. Give me a rhythm, the ook on the chorus, yeah. Shake it, shake it, shake it off, 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 yeah. This is healing for your soul, yeah. This is healing for your soul, yeah. Rocka, 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 rocka. This is healing for your soul, yeah. This is healing for your soul, yeah. Rocka, 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 rocka. It's a roar from a lion. Mother is tired of crying. Now we be flying. Check all the hope I'm supplying. Let it wash all over you like an island, like an island, We gon' make it through the violence. We was meant to fly the highest. We don't die, we multiply, yeah. This is healing for the soldiers who be dancing in the war, yeah. Rocka, 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 rocka. Say it for your soul. Say it for your soul. For your soul. For your soul.
All right, beautiful beings, we're gonna get started. We're gonna ask Gerald to come to the stage, the Ojo master. Can you clap your hands for Gerald? Gerald, Gerald, Gerald. Yeah. Please make your way to the stage. One more time for Gerald.
Good evening, everybody. Greetings and salutations. I am Gerald Eze, and I am happy to be with you this evening. And I'm going to perform music, but I have Igbo musical instruments, and I am happy that this is happening in Jamaica as part of our journey to know each other. The motherland, yes, is in Africa, but also the motherland is in the heart of every person in Jamaica. And so I am happy that I have come here with the music from Igbo land. The first sound you will listen to is sounds from Nigeria. If you listen attentively, in fact, you don't even need to listen attentively. If you just let yourself be, you will pick the vibration. Major Nigerian instruments from the north, from from the northern part of Nigeria and from the southern part of Nigeria. Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, they're all embedded in this sound. And I call it the sound of creation because in the beginning, I think it was God and the Okwoja that did all the work of creation. So you listen to this sound and let it be with you. Are you? Thank you. Thank you. And so I'm happy for the way that song made me feel. And I am sure that you are happy for the way it made you feel. And that is pure sound from nature, all Nigerian musical instruments, then with some other sounds from the studio. I'm going to sing traditional Igbo folk music, just natural, the way my ancestors would do it. Onye tụfuru ọja o ji akpọ ụmụnne ya, ife ọja ruo, o were ọnụ ya kpọba. Onye amụrụ ebe mmiri bido nwa bịa, ọ ya akwa na-amụ ebe ọ ya akwụsị. Onye kpọọ bịa mkpọkọrọ, agbata obi ewere ya kpọọ ahịfịa. You see, if you meet the man who has misplaced the order with which he will summon his ancestors, when it is time to summon his ancestors, he will use his mouth. Don't misplace that order. You see, if you do not know where the rain starts to beat you, you won't know where it will stop. And the third one says, if you call your Oba, your Obaka, if you call it nothing, your neighbor will use it to pack trash. In Igbo is spirit, and I'm asking the spirit of Igbo land to rise. Kunie, Mo, Kunie. Because materiality is consuming us. Mwezi dị n'okwu ụkwa, mgbe wulu gboo, mgbe nwanne na-eme nwanne. Onye weta ego si nwanne ya ma ajọ ife. Ọ sị atụfie akwa nọ alụ. Mana oge ugbu a arụrụ a na-akarịa. Because everybody wants to have more than the other person. You see, I've asked my spirits to rise, and you can rise with me in applause. You see, when musicians perform in Igbo land, they only perform to remind their spectators that they are also musicians. And that is the history of call and response. So, I'm going to turn all of you to my band. You become bandmates. If I sing, you answer me. Inine. 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 And that's the right time. Now, inine, and you wait. Inine. 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 Abumwata nulonem inine. Abumwata nulonem inine. Uwelubulite gabichumiri. Akamatonite no kweron weputa. Obamatonite no kweron weputa. Uweluchebi fenge mu amo. Uweluchebi fenge mu amo. Abumwata nulonem. Abumwata nulonem. Abumwata nulonem. Abumwata nulonem. Webulite chebi chumiri. Akamatonite no kweron weputa. Obamatonite no kweron weputa. Welu chebi fenge mu amo. Welu chebi fenge mu amo. Welu tibi ni no koko. Inine okoko. Inine okoko. Inine. Welu tibi ni no koko. Inine okoko. Inine okoko. Inine. Thank you. You see, this simple exercise with the oboe, at first I called on the spirit, and I said that my oboe, my oba, which is the calabash, I respect it and I understand. I have received the education that makes me understand my environment, and I am utilizing my oba. So I am not disregarding it. So my neighbor has no space to criminalize my Obeah. My neighbor has no space to put trash in my oboe, because I am utilizing it for good, for global well-being. How do you feel? Don't you feel good? If you feel good, you can clap for yourself. Okay. I had to go into the proper, authentic Igbo folklore. Abumwata no lonem. I'm a child in my mother's house. As a child in my mother's house, I have to be dutiful. I picked the water pot and I've gone to the stream to fetch water. And I got there, in this mission, I have encountered a challenge. Even my leg is also stuck. My hand, akam, and my leg, opam, atogonite okwero mwepụta. And I've met a challenge in this mission to Jamaica. and I'm now thinking, what do I do? What do I do? And what is the key? You have to call on Mama with music. And that is what you were responding. Inine. Inine is yes. What I'm saying is true. You were there when it happened. It's true. Yeah, it's true. Inine is you. But it's also musical, rhythmic response to my music, because we are all telling the story together. And then the last part of the meaning is that that's call to mother. The point I now go, Welutibi nino koko, inine okoko, inine okoko, inine. So I call out to mother, inine okoko, inine okoko, inine okoko, inine. And mother always answers. And that is the lesson we want to learn as Africans, that when we call on motherland, when we call on the ancestors, they are always with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sydney. I was going to explain, but it's also good you asked. It shows that the audience are with me. I did this song because, not just to show you the natural Igbo folklore, but to also invite you into that vibration. It's okay to have all the beats, right? But you see how it feels when I'm just playing the oboaka and I'm singing. It also has its own feeling. It has its own vibration. And that is why I still carry on that authentic tradition with me and show people how it used to be. You know, ukwa is the breadfruit. So when the road that leads to your home or to the stream is the road that also passes through that point where the breadfruit is planted. It's simply, okwa, we love okwa. It simply means when the road was good, when the going was fine, before we got all the corruption. So, the next song is Uchu. And this music is a tribute to the deity of my town, Uchu, the constitution that was established for different villages to come together in a confederation to exist as one. If you read Chinua Achebe's Arrow of God, the story in Arrow of God happened in my town. That Ezulu is the Eze Oko. That's the Eze of the Oko, the priest of the Uchu, who always instituted the Oko festival. And the story had it that the colonial administrators came to my town, and it was difficult for them to understand the town, because it wasn't like the Yoruba or the Hausa, where you have a central king that you can get and tell him what you want, and he does it. But not just that, he was confused. The man that he had to meet is Eze. Remember the conversation, the Dibia. This Eze of Uchu is a Dibia, a spiritual leader. So my town had a spiritual leader and not political leaders. We also had political organization, but the person at the center was a spiritual leader. And I am highlighting this story because I say it anytime, any day. The way forward for Africa is spiritual leadership, conscious leadership. And that is why I'm singing this song. Uchu says, the music Uchu simply says, I am with my oboe, and I am resting by the waterside, and the Lord is my shepherd. It is set to the Psalm 23 in the Bible. The Lord is my shepherd, but he leads me beside the still waters. The water is Uchu for me because it happened. Uchu led me to herself. And the first thing I felt, because I also come from a Christian background, was to say the Psalm 23 prayer, and that was when the inspiration for this song came. Okay.
Eba ihe ndụ juru ka ọ na-enye m ezumike. Eba ihe ndụ juru ka ọ na-enye m ezumike. Ọ na-eduga m na mmiri. Ka m zuru ike ka m kutu mee. Ọ na-eduga m na mmiri. Uchu aja ogugu enyi ezekọrọ. Uchu aja ogugu enyi ezekọrọ. Ngenezoba kam karagi, ngenezoba kam karagi. Imara nwunye di mu dị njọ, imara nwunye di mu no dị njọ. Ejere kutu mmiri nye nwa, nsi ya nchọrọ ya ụbọchị mechu n'ọba. Arịrị egbuo nwa bịara ụwa doo. Ikabugo nwa bịara ụwa Chukwu. Ife adịka emere nwa bịara ụwa ga-adịlịlị ndụ. Ife adịka emere nwa bịara ụwa ga-ebilili. Maka na dị nwenụ mbụ onye nche m. Ebe ahịhịa ndụ juru ka ọ na-enye m ezumike. Ọ na-eduga m na mmiri. Uchu aja ogugu enyi ezekọrọ. Ife mmeli Igbo ka elunyelu Olisa. Ife mmeli Igbo ka elunyelu Chukwu. Maka na mmiri mara ugo n'ọsaga ugo arụ. Mmiri mara igwe ficha gị Igbo anya mmiri. Ọkwa gbalụsịa ngene kulukwa ngene nwụọ. Mmiri doro edo ka mụ na-akpọ n'egwu. Uchu ala nsọ na-asọ ife dị njọ. Ọ bụ ya ka o ji bụrụ mmiri doro edo. Uchu aja ogugu enyi ezekọrọ. Uchu aja ogugu enyi ezekọrọ. Thank you. And the next track is Ogene Beat, and I'll go straight to the music. Ogene is the metal gong of the Igbo people, and it's a music that
a dibia would dance to. It's a music that mbadike would dance to because it moves you. That's the jingle track. No. Yep. How do you feel? na-edu onye ụjọ maka na mgbe a mụrụ dike na mba ka a mụrụ ibie. Thank you. I just said that's one. I just said that the ogene cannot lead a fearful man. And when you come to a new town, that is, the instrument ogene cannot lead a man who is afraid or ashamed of being himself, afraid to do what he has come to life for. And then when you come to a foreign land, an Igbo man reminds himself, when the great man in this foreign land was born, was also when the great man in my own land was born. And so I'm not afraid. That's what the ogene music evokes. And this last piece is Rise and Shine. But before I do it, I think it's appropriate at this point to do the music and storytelling with Dr. Amina. Because the Rise and Shine is my sign out. And she will need the microphone.
Greetings, everyone. A long time ago, you see, I did. Can you see my face? All right, a long time ago. Anybody remember one time when I did collapse on the stage? Had to be taken to the hospital. I mean, no, say a dopey lick me. Right, because I usually begin my stories by saying, I greet you in the name of the Creator, source of all that we are and ever hope to be. And that Black History Month, 1998, I was invited to participate in the Black History Month presentation of the United Mistakes of America. And it was being held outdoors, a Mutual Life building, and I looked around and I didn't see many people who looked like me. And so I told myself that nobody wanted to hear that I was greeting them in the name of the Creator, source of all that we are and ever hope to be. And halfway through the story, I realized that the audience was looking down on me. And I wanted to know, why is the audience looking down on me? That's because I was in a hospital bed looking up at my sister and everybody who did lift me up and take me to the hospital. And I didn't miss a beat. I picked up the story where I fell. Because I collapsed on stage. Because the spirits come to remind me that I must always say, whoever is in the audience, I greet you in the name of the Creator, source of all that we are and ever hope to be. Now, how do you start a story? With a capital letter. A little boy told me that. But among black people, there is a call and response. And the words might differ where we are, but the formula, the ritual is the same. So if you go to Haiti and you hear someone say Tim Tim, it's storytelling time and you say Boaches. If you go to St. Lucia and you hear somebody say Edie Quick, it's storytelling time and you say Edie Quack. And so on and so on and so forth. Most of my stories I write, many of them I appropriate. When I appropriate the story, I use the ritual from the place where I found it, and sometimes all those people will recognize is the title of the story, because you know how Jamaicans are. When we dip our mouth or we foot into something, it is unrecognizable to the rest of the world. So this story is called The Boy Who Remembered. And that is about all I think the Nigerians will recognize. And because I found this story among the Yoruba people, the storyteller says, this is a story. And those who are listening say, let it come, let it come. This is a story. And the ritual means we're calling the spirit of the story. And even if I wrote it, every single word, I need to acknowledge that something happened that allowed me to write it. And something will be a consequence of my having written it. And sometimes some Nigerians, because I can't speak for all Nigerians, call that the longer now. So now isn't this moment of time. Now is before this moment and the consequence. The Boy Who Remembered. This is a story. You're not so sure. This is a story. A long time ago, there was a man who had 4 sons. And each boy was given a name according to his purpose. The first boy could reassemble anything which had been broken. The second boy could turn any garment into flesh. In fact, in the Nigerian story, it says jacket, but in Jamaica, I can't say that. So he turns any garment into flesh. The third boy could breathe life into anything. And the fourth boy gave everything a name. He would call this microphone. He would call this oboe. He would look at me and I would remind him of a queen and he would call me Amina. He gave everything a name. And he was a hunter. And one day he went off hunting. And one day became 2 days. And 2 days became many nights. And many nights became many moons. And many moons became many mountains. And many mountains became many valleys. And many valleys became a long, long they didn't see him return. So they presumed he was dead. And they did what we do in Jamaica when somebody dead. As a matter of fact, it's Nigeria we get it from. So we have the setup, and then we have the night, and then we have the funeral, and then we have the 40th night. On the 40th night, you gather all the belongings of the departed, and you give them to various people that you think the departed would want to have it. And what remains, you put it into 4 bungles. And if you don't want that duppy to come back, you go to the crossroads and you throw 1 bungle to each of the cardinal points. Because on the 40th night, when him come back and reach the crossroads, him confused. Him don't know where to turn. And they did that. Now, when he went off hunting, his wife was pregnant. And in time, she gave birth to a 5th child, who turned out also to have been a boy. And as he grew, he noticed something very peculiar about himself. Every child had a mother and a father. He didn't have a father. You know, in traditional Africa, when your father dies, your father's oldest brother must and bound to step in to be a father. And when your mother dies, your mother's oldest sister must and bound step in to be your mother. But nobody was sure that this man was dead. They had only done the rituals. So nobody stepped in to be this boy's father. And one day he said to his mother, "Where is my father?" And she told him the story. Well, he went off hunting. He didn't come back. We presumed him dead. We had the funeral and we're getting on with our lives. And he was so upset. His brothers decided they would go out to try to find their father. And they were gone for 1 day. That became 2. 2 days, that became many nights. Many nights, that became many moons. Many moons, that became many mountains. Many mountains, that became many valleys. Many valleys, that became a long, long time. And one day, when they were down in a valley, the first boy thought he stumped his toe on something, but he kept walking, and he stumped his toe a second time. He kept walking, and he stumped his toe a 3rd time. And he decided he would go back to see what he had stumped his toe on. And he looked around that valley, and he saw nothing but bones. 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 That reminded him of the railroad of bones scattered at the bottom of the Atlantic. And he picked up the first bone. It looked like a toe bone. He picked up the second bone. It looked like a ankle bone. Find the toe bone connected to the ankle bone, and the ankle bone connected to the shin bone, and the shin bone connected to the knee bone, and the knee bone connected to the thigh bone, and the thigh bone connected to the hip bone, and the hip bone connected to the backbone, and the backbone connected to the shoulder bone, and the shoulder bone connected to the neck bone, and the neck bone connected to the... And when he was finished, it looked as if it could have been the skeleton of a human being. Bones. Bones, 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 bones. And the second boy said, I wonder wonder what would happen if I just take off my jacket and throw it over these bones. And it became flesh. And the third boy said, you know, I feel like I could have blown a breath into this thing. And the chest heaved. And the fourth boy said, I wonder if I could have give this thing a name. It looked like a man. I wonder if I could have give this man the most important name a man could have. I bet you I just call it Daddy. Sharp. Daddy. Marcus. And them bones. Them bones start to walk around. Them bones, them dry bones. Them bones start to walk around. Can you hear the word of the Lord? Speak life over these bones. And that's how it was. And they got up and they hugged and they kissed and they went home and they had a great celebration. At the end of which the father said, you know, when I went out hunting, I didn't find anything but this treasure that I want to give to the boy who did the most to bring me back. Huh? Well, you can imagine. Passa in the place. For those of you who don't speak Jamaican, passa is a great confusing argument. So they had this passa. You see, in those days, we listened to our elders. And because they couldn't decide who should get the treasure, they referred the problem to the Council of Elders. Now, who do you think should get the prize? At the end of 3 days of consultation, the Council of Elders said, this prize belongs to the last boy. The boy who asked, where is my father? Because every time we say, where is my father, we're really saying, where did I come from? And every time we say, where did I come from, we give life to the railroad of bones scattered at the bottom of the Atlantic. Daddy, Sharp, Daddy, Marcus. Them bones got to walk around. Them bones, them dry bones. Them bones got to walk around. Speak life over these bones.
Thank you, Dr. Amina. Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful evening. Storytelling, music, traditional instruments, the fusion sounds that can come to also accompany this instrument. It's been rich. It's been beautiful. I'll sign out with Rise and Shine, and we call it a night. This song, Rise and Shine, celebrates the Igbo culture, and it says that it is African time, and it is time for us to rise and shine and claim our heritage, because that's what makes us shine. never seen any group of people blessed like Igbo. I have never seen anyamaka foro ndi Chukwu goziri ka ndị Igbo. From the east to west, from the north to south, ndị Igbo n'ebe niile. Igbo amaka nụ mma Chukwu goziri ndị Igbo. Anebu achara neto, no matter the condition, ndị Igbo na-eme ọfụma. Onye ma echi dị ime, onye ma ife ọ ga-amụ. Ada na mba chacha, atụ na-egwu chacha, Igbo na-ekuni. We rise and shine, we never give up. Oh, we rise and shine, we never give up. We never give up. Oh. Let's live in peace. It says that the Igbo spirit is out. It says that we are the land of the elephants. It says we should keep going forward. It says that the hand cannot cover the shine of the moon. Ebwe belu go belu. Let the eagle perch, let the kite perch. Akunesi obi ike. We have a lot of wealthy men. Iwa Alfred Achebe. Akarachi Amadi. Professor Joseph Ahaneku, Ngozi Okonji-Iweala, Cardinal Abrinze, Ida Kweze, Innocent Motors, Onyechi Mereze Lulubi, Akajugo Beledu, Chimamanda Adichie, Dr. Ija Kunyele, Obeah Sika, Obi Kubana, Obi Kubana, Obi, Ndi Boga Chimba, Obi Gererenge, Ndi Boga Chimba, Okuti Bonine. On this rock, we will build a new nation. We'll rise and shine. We'll rise and shine. We'll never give up. We'll rise and shine. We'll rise and shine. Oh, we'll never give up. We will never give up. Oh, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful evening.
All right. I just want to say thank you so much to IOJ for letting us stay a little later. And as we like to say, thank you for the ancestors and every spirit and everything that came for us to be who we are in this moment. Let us continue to be who we are and to grow together as a family, as a community, and as a people. May we continue this work. And we do not have to go home, but we have to get up out of here. So I'm going to invite us to as move as we can, look around if there's any trash by your feet, and so that we can let the amazing people of IOJ go home. They've been here all day, and just thank you for being here. Thank you for showing love and respect and kindness and compassion to yourselves and others. Drink water and take care of yourself. Have a good night. Love.